I'm well, you know, understand. With Good TV, me self go dey flex better local and international match, live and direct. My pikin fit watch cartoon and educational shows, and my madam go dey watch series wey go give am joy. Next time wey our boy wan miss yan, I go just increase TV volume, make yourself know say better entertainment don enter holder.
Hey, na true, my people. Go TV don land a holder. Omoku, Eleme, Erima, and around go begin enjoy correct TV wey no dey tear pocket.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to Today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
got.
Now
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Wake up. This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1. The best of sports, lifestyle, analyses, and much more.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it?
This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM.
You gotta
says body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. My mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. I said somebody's got to take care of him. So I quit school and that's what I did. You got a fast car. Is it fast enough so we can fly away? You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way. Feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. We go cruise and entertain ourselves. Still ain't got a job. Now work in the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. We'll move out of the shelter, buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. So I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us. Your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. I got a job that pays all our bills. Instead of drinking late at the bar, some more your friends than you do your kids. I'd always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and me find it. I got no plans, I ain't going nowhere. Take your fast car and keep on driving. You got a fast car. Is it fast enough so you can fly away? You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way.
There was a time that Tracy Chapman was all it all. I mean, several other artists have come into the space now, but I mean, there was a time it was just Tracy Chapman. She was reigning heavy, you know, you get my point. I don't know if she's doing as much music as she used to in the past, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's still doing a lot more or just as much. But because of how crowded that scene is now, might not be having the kind of airplay that she used to get then. But that's one artist whose style of music, I mean, I haven't found anybody else being able to deliver along those lines. She's just owned that space. What she does with her guitar when she gets on stage is phenomenal. There was a time I thought this girl sounded like her a bit. Our own Asa. I thought she sounded like Tracy Chapman a bit, but Asa has gone on to develop her own style too and doing, I mean, really well too. So, but let's get to the song, right? Tracy Chapman and Fast Cars is the song. If you listen to the lyrics, you understand it's talking about anybody who seems to be having, or somebody who's having, you know, a hard time just falling into even times. Just you've been struggling. It just seems it's from one struggle to the other. Life just, you wake up and it's 2023. Last time you checked, it was 2019. What happened? Where did 4 years go? And you're still in the same place doing the same thing, and it's like, The world left you behind. And you just think that you need to get into a fast car and drive and catch up. Find a life somewhere. Maybe this space where I am is not mine. And see, this is me saying, if you're that kind of person, if you're going through something like that, a lot of us have gone through it. Some of us are still going through it. There are plenty of us who exist in this world who are in that kind of position. And the funny thing is that I don't know whether it's everybody else or it's just me, but as I've grown older, it just seems that 365 days is a month. You wake up one morning, it's hello, January. And then you sleep, you wake up and you're like, December. Oh, I'm like, what? What December? We just said January yesterday. As I got older, I found out that 365 is not even enough in a year. You just need more and more time. I don't know whether it's because we're procrastinating more now than we used to when we were younger, or our dreams got bigger and it just seems that we don't have enough time to accumulate and put into everything that we want for the year. Whichever ways it is, so many of us are there. We feel like we've been left behind. We feel like the world moved on and here we are. Some of us, it's our situation, it's our families, it's where we are. We just can't seem to find a break. I'm saying, your story is relatable. Some of us have lived it. Some of us finally broke free from it. Some of us are trying to break free from it. And some of us are wake-up callers this morning. You've got to reevaluate where you are and decide for yourself, look, I haven't moved. And when I say move, I don't mean like you're japa or you're leaving town or you're going somewhere. Like, this is where I am. And it's holistic. It's not just income. It's self-development. It's your ability to socialize and garner importance in your small circle. How well have you been able to influence your small circle? How are you growing in that midst? What is expanding that is concerning you? And if you find that really nothing much, you just seem to be living life daily and waking up and there's no pattern to it. And with your measuring stick or measuring yard, you find yourself still where you are years ago. Well, this is the time to say things will be different. If I used to wake up in the morning and put my feet to the right, well, I'm going to start waking up and put my feet to the left. Because look, I know they say persistence pays, but you have to be persistent doing the right things. And sometimes what we think is the right thing is not the right thing. So maybe this is the time to look at something else. Maybe this is the time to say, I'm going to try something else. But you know what is my biggest push this morning? Is as human beings, of course we're bothered about ourselves. I mean, if I'm not here, that's it. It's the end, right? I won't be here saying this. I probably won't be a blessing to somebody. I probably won't be a shoulder for someone else. So I'm important too. So I can understand why I want to be selfish over things that concern me because, hello, all right? But again, I think that we need to get to the point where it's not all about us. We wake up and we pray into 2023 and, we're saying, oh, my coast is going to be expanded. Everything is going to be done, inshallah. And you go on and on and on and on about it. And, of course, if you want to expand that prayer, you're going to throw in your family. And then, addendum, your friends and colleagues. It's almost like down. That's how the hierarchy grows. You're always in the lead, taking all that blessings real quick. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, you need to be something happens in their life, and that you who is praying will be a reason why that their life changes, their story changes, one way or the other. Sometimes we think we have to have plenty money before we can change people's lives. Sometimes it's just to let them know that, look, I recognize you're struggling. I see you going through this hard time. And it's not good for me, things are not, don't think and I'm coming here to come and raise my shoulder. I'm going through difficult times too. But I need you to know that I understand these things. And here's 1,000 naira. Whatever it is, it's going to happen today for you. Let it do. If it's going to put a smile on your face for 5 minutes, I'd like to see that happen for you. If it's going to put food for your babies or get a meal for yourself, whatever it is, here's 1,000, here's 500. I see you. So many of us feel invisible in our struggle that for someone to just say, look, I see your struggle and I'm praying for you. Apart from the prayer, here's bread. You know, just eat on the bread. I don't know what the bread is going to do for you, but have some bread. Or I don't know what me dropping you off where you're going to. You're going towards town. Okay, it's not my route, but I'll do you that. I'll take you that way because I see you struggle every day, every morning. You're on this path, so hop into my car. Or I see you're struggling with stuff. Look, put them in my car. I'll drop them off for you. You don't need to pay for all of that. It just these little things help. See, the entire society is you and I. It's nothing else. There's no alien amongst us. It is you and I that make up the society. If we're not looking over our shoulder to make sure that Mr. B and Mrs. A are getting on track with you, you're going to end up being the only one Mr. A, Mr. C, Mr. ZDQ are looking up to. You're going to have too many people who are dependents around you. And when you can't fulfill and satisfy as much as they demand, you have more criminals popping up. Because they see you drive by in that Jeep and they're wondering, I've been struggling all my life. What kind of unfair life is this? And then they meet another guy who says, I've been struggling too. And you see that guy in that estate. He bought a Jeep the other day. I mean, did you see the New Year party? And then they sit down in their areas and they're like, oh boy, it'd be like, say, we'll go do something this night, just go from the left and go from the right. We cannot grow if we're not taking the society along with us. You're not going to be comfortable in that wealth if you're not looking out for your neighbor and making sure that they've had a meal to eat. I mean, look at it selfishly. Don't even think about it like you're doing some form of charity. Look at it selfishly, that you're protecting yourself. Because by the time they kidnap you, the little 2,000 that you'll have given them to just sort out the meal, you'll be paying millions. So this is what I'm asking us to do this new year. And I'm saying, look, the entirety of us, wherever you are, there's somebody that you're slightly better than. Look into that person and say, look, I see you too. 2023 is going to be a good year for you. You're in my prayers. In fact, your top priority. Before I pray for myself, I call on God. I say, God, remember Efe. Efe is a good man. Remember Ijoma. She's a good lady. God, I pray for this person today, and I want you to bless them and bless the works of your hand. And continue to do that prayer. Maybe pray for a while. Like I put up a post earlier today, and I was asking, pick one random person and pray for them. It doesn't have to be a family member. Pick somebody out there that you know, and you say, look, for this person that I know, and I know they've been doing really hard, I'm going to pray for them. And see whether things won't turn out good for them. Maybe give it a month, give it 2 months. But just consistently pray for them and write their name down so you remember to put them in your prayer list. And your prayer points are concentrated with what you want God to do for this person. And see whether things don't change for them. We need to do something, though. We can't all end 2023 the way we ended 22. All of us talking about Sapa. It's not fair now. And I think that the sooner we realize that this is something all hands must be on deck for, the easier we'll get to our destination. So before I get to the papers, as part of my Happy New Year, what I'll be doing today is I want you to tell me somebody that you know who is struggling real hard. It could be somebody in where you live. It could be somebody at work. It could be someone that you just know, like, look, I know this person. This person has been going through this really difficult time. And tell me the story. I want to hear the story. It's not about you now. Every time I'm like, oh, tell me this, I'll give you that. Tell me. I'm not giving you nothing. I want you to tell me of somebody who is really going through hard times. And you're praying for that person that 2023 will be different for them. That they deserve a break. They've been doing everything by the book. They've struggled hard, they've worked hard, they've prayed hard, they've loved hard, they're kind, and yet it just seems to see things are not falling in place for them. And in your level, you're slightly doing better than them, right? Now tell me about those. We're not giving out big money. We're just giving them something to say, look, we know you're going through a difficult time, and we see you, and this is us saying we're praying for you and hoping that 2023 gets better. Believe me, they'll appreciate it, right? So I'm just going to choose one person, and I'm going to choose as I will. It's not number 2, it's not number 1, it's not the first person, it is just as I so desire. I'll read the stories, and the one that I connect with, okay? We'll do something. Maybe we'll give them 10,000 naira. All right. So just say, look, this is 10,000 naira. Happy New Year. We pray that the year gets better for you. Right. So this is something that I expect that you'll be able to get on. You can do that on our WhatsApp platform. Finally, that platform is back up. I missed it. So on our 7019339962, that is the number. The golden number 07019339962. So we'll give this person that you're going to tell me about, and you're telling me how terrible times have fallen for this person, and we're going to give them 10,000 and say, all right, get a meal for yourself or 2. I don't know how much you eat, but I mean, if you eat a lot, if you're falling to hard times, I don't think you want to use the whole of 10,000 to go and eat. Except if your hard times is that kind of Obasanjo style hard times. Alright, but then if you're really going through hard times, I'm sure that 10,000 will be able to do something for you today, at least. So I'll be reading your comments concerning this person, and I say this not I'm not talking about you. Nobody's giving you money today. So it's not your story. I don't want to hear your story. I want to hear a story about somebody you know, your workplace, where you live, stuff like that. Like in my area, I know a particular lady. I think she works really hard. She's got 3 kids. I don't know, she has a husband. I never really did see her husband, but she's always up and about trying to find out who needs something done in their houses. I can clean, I can do stuff, but I don't know if she ever really did get a particular job that was consistent. A couple of days she does that and she's off. At one point she started roasting corn and it stopped, and she started roasting yams, it stopped. But you see, she's always trying, and I'm thinking that she has one husband somewhere who is always taking her money. That's why she can't seem to put it all together. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just making that part up in my head. But I mean, I've seen her work really hard. And if I was one person who was if I was the person who was calling into a show, she'll be one person I would like them to give a 10,000 naira to. I think she deserves it. She's got 3 kids, she's pulling them up and down, and she's trying to just get life going. I've never really seen her husband, and she lives somewhere close to me. All right, well, let's hear your story. But then, while we're waiting for that, remember that you can do that on our Facebook page, on our WhatsApp channel, 07019339962. You can also go check out our newspaper review stories. Is up on our Facebook page, Today95.1 FM. Today95.1 FM. That's our Facebook page. Go on there, like that, family. I mean, there are too many things that you'll be missing out if you're. I mean, in 2023, where else would you rather be? So these are the stories that we've got from the Punch newspaper. Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku Tinubu camps protest. Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku Tinubu camps protest. Atiku's aide insists Tinubu met G5 governors. You find that story in the Punch newspaper. Atiku's aide insists Tinubu met G5 governors. Also in the Punch, Pele, shame of Nigeria's vagabond leadership. Pele, shame of Nigeria's vagabond leadership. That story is also in the Punch newspaper. And then you have also in the Punch, scarcity. Federal government plans inspection of fuel stations' tanks. Scarcity. Federal government plans inspection of fuel stations' tanks. Household food import soars by 71%. Household food import soars by 71%. 2023, congratulate winners, avoid litigation. Mark urges politicians. 2023, congratulate winners, avoid litigation. Mark urges politicians. Emiloka, wrong leadership attitude for Nigeria. Obasanjo's there speaking. It's in the Punch newspaper. Emiloka, wrong leadership attitude for Nigeria. Obasanjo. Knox says 12-year-old 12.850 billion naira constitution review investment fails. Knox as 12-year-old 12.850 billion naira constitution review investment fails. Serap sues Wike, Okoa, others over 625 billion naira largesse, others over 620 Christian APC members pick holes in party's Muslim ticket. 2023 and the hidden agenda. 2023 and the hidden agenda. We move on down to the Vanguard newspaper. Kwankwaso's armored vehicle gift saved me from bomb attack in Kaduna 2014. Buhari there reminiscing. Kwankwaso's armored vehicle gift saved me from bomb attack in Kaduna 2014. Buhari speaking there. Countries impose travel restrictions on China as COVID-19 cases surge. Countries impose travel restrictions on China as COVID-19 cases surge. I don't know what's going on in China. Really, I don't. I have no idea what's going on in China. In one day, over 1 million people tested positive. So it's we'll read the story anyways. Agbakoba advocates name change for Nigeria. Agbakoba advocates name change for Nigeria. We don't like Nigeria. Let's give it something else. Let's give it Korosoro country. You Korosorians. Lawyer petitions AGF over plots to arrest Emefiele. You got that in the Vanguard newspaper. Lawyer petitions AGF over plots to arrest Emefiele. Buhari has rekindled hope for credible elections. This is coming from the CUPP. Buhari has rekindled hope for credible elections. CUPP. Obasanjo's wish on Peter Obi doesn't reflect wishes of Nigerians. Atiku is the one there saying that. Obasanjo's wish on Peter Obi doesn't reflect wishes for Nigerians. Atiku. Take over leadership control of Nigeria, Obasanjo tells youths. Take over leadership control of Nigeria, Obasanjo tells youths. You find that also in the Vanguard this morning. I'll respond when Wike and others unveil candidate. This is what Tambuwal is saying. I'll respond when Wike others unveil candidate. Tambuwal speaking. Inside G5 governors deal with Tinubu. Inside G5 governors deal with Tinubu. Nigeria closer to the brink is another story you find in the Vanguard today. Nigeria closer to the brink. World events that affected Nigeria in 2022. I want to check that out. World events that affected Nigeria in 2022. Emefiele, lawyer petitions AGF seeks prosecution of DSS operatives behind trumped-up terrorism financing allegations. Emefiele, lawyer petitions AGF seeks prosecution of DSS operatives behind trumped-up terrorism financing allegations. It's in this day newspaper today. Islamic member countries move to mitigate threats to food security. Islamic member countries move to mitigate threats to food security. As clock ticks for return of old Naira notes. Tick-tock, 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 end of this month. You find that in this day newspaper. As clock ticks for return of old Naira notes. Those who will shape Nigerian politics in 2023. Those who will shape Nigerian politics in 2023. Peter Obi, we must end the sharing mentality. That story is in this day newspaper. Peter Obi, we must end the sharing mentality. Almajiri children, Nigeria's ticking bomb is also in this day newspaper. Almajiri children, Nigeria's ticking bomb. Can someone remind Wike how transient power is? This day newspaper has that story. Can someone remind Wike how transient power is? And finally, this thing called structure. This day newspaper has that story. This thing called structure. So let's start from the top where we've got Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku and Tinubu calms protest. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Sunday endorsed the Labour Party standard bearer, Peter Obi, saying he had an edge over other presidential candidates in terms of knowledge, discipline, vitality, and character. The elder statesman therefore called on Nigerians to vote for the LP standard bearer in February 25th presidential polls, where his endorsement attracted angry reactions from the All Progressive Congress, the People's Democratic Party, Social Democratic Party, the All Progressives Grand Alliance, and the African Action Alliance, which described his support for Obi as worthless. The presidential candidates of the APC, Bola Tinubu, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, LPOB, and New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, are the front runners to the race to succeed the president. Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired in the poll. In a 2023 New Year message signed by the former president and made available to newsmen by his aide, Kehinde Akinyemi, Obasanjo described the last 7 years of Buhari's regime as horrible and hell on earth for most Nigerians. The letter partly read, the last 7.5 years have no doubt been eventful and stressful years for many Nigerians. We have moved from frying pan to fire and from the mountaintop to the valley. Our leaders have done their best, but their best had turned out not to be the best for His mercies. Brace ourselves for the remaining few months of this administration and pray and work very hard for an immediate better future, a future of liberation, restoration, and great hope and expectation. Appraising the suitability of the presidential standard bearers, Obasanjo accused them of deceit, adding that some of them had been trumpeting what was not realistic in a desperate bid to win the election. The ex-president expressed anguish over the terrible state of the nation, stressing that the presidential candidates did not realize that Nigeria had been dragged down well below the level it was when he assumed office in 1999. He admitted that Nigeria was in very bad shape and was tottering at the verge of collapse and breakup when he took office. But the nation, he added, was not faced with the current level of pervasive and mind-numbing insecurity, rudderless leadership, mismanagement of diversity, and pervasive corruption and bad economic policies, which he said had resulted in extremes of poverty and massive unemployment and galloping inflation. We have had campaigners going up and down the country feeding us with what they mean and what they do not mean, what they understand and what they do not fully understand, what is possible and what is not possible, what is realistic and what is unrealistic, what is true and what is untrue. I believe that we need not be confused or be gullible. Let us be cautious not to be fooled again, he advised the electorate. In endorsing the ex-Anambra governor, the elder statesman said a suitable presidential candidate must have a track record of ability and performance, a vision that is authentic, honest and realistic, character and attributes of a lady and a gentleman who are children of God and obedient to God. Hinting that Obi possessed the attributes and attitudes necessary to successfully direct the affairs of Nigeria at a time like this, Obasanjo expressed support for Obi and called on Nigerians to vote for him. All right, let me get to the part where APC and PDP moved against this endorsement. Responding to Obasanjo's lengthy message, the director, Media and Publicity, APC Presidential Campaign Council, Bayo Onanuga, said Tinubu would not lose sleep over the endorsement of his Labour Party counterpart by the former president. Onanuga, in a statement on Sunday, described the endorsement as worthless, adding that Obasanjo was a paperweight with no political goodwill or leverage anywhere in Nigeria to make anyone win a councillorship election, let alone a presidential election. The statement read, we read with amusement the endorsement of Mr. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, by former President Olusegun Obasanjo in his New Year message on Sunday. Following calls by journalists from various media houses who asked for our reaction, we decided to make this preliminary statement, though we didn't consider the so-called endorsement to be of any value. We respect the democratic rights of former President Obasanjo to support and endorse any candidate of his choice in any election, except that he's made it known formally in his New Year message. Any discerning political watcher in Nigeria knows that Chief Obasanjo's preference for Peter Obi is expected. He had earlier stated his position at various public events, the last being at the 70th anniversary of Chief John Wodo, former president of Haneze Ndibo in Enugu. We make bold to say that our party and candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will not lose sleep over Obasanjo's move, as Obasanjo is notorious for always opposing progressive political forces, as he did against MK Nice this new year. Something must have happened between the last days of 2022 and the first few days of 2023 for you. You look radiant.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria.
Why are you trying to make your voice sound like there's no extra good morning? Emmanuel, say it like with all the gusto that I know you to have.
Well, you said radiant. You look radiant. That means all those radiant accolades. In fact, for 2023, perhaps Emmanuel is just saying, let them be as you have spoken them.
It is so.
And I think I wish them to be. I said, but then how are you? Because you look more than ready.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So, do you also wish my own statement to be that?
Me, I know already. That this 2023. 2023. No.
Well, I think Annie is a way of starting the 2023. Already we know that this year is pregnant, at least for maybe the third month, first and third month of this year. The pregnancy is going to be brought down in electoral processes. Now, if Chief Obasanjo endorses Obi, I do not see anything spectacular as a Nigerian, because he has every right to endorse whomever he chooses to. You know, there's something that surprises me on this Chief Obasanjo's endorsement. The reaction of APC and PDP. I do not know what they stand for. Chief Obasanjo is a human who has his interest and is entitled to his interest. He says, it's Obi I want. And that's the person I also advise maybe Nigerians, particularly the youth, to support. What is wrong with that? I think when these politicians are talking, why is it that only when you speak good of any political party, do the members of that political party will jump up and start being happy? But once you say anything, not particularly against them, but just praising another person, you catch their annoyance. For instance, when that first person that spoke, I can't remember his name, in the PDP, PDP, who is saying that Chief Obasanjo cannot win anything, is not all that relevant and all that. I can't remember his name again. But you see, Lagonagba, whatever they call him, is very mature and apt in his response. That is how a man should respond. That, well, he has every right to endorse whomever he has chosen, but it does not mean that Nigerians, he said the people's endorsement are the better. These are things I expected from those, whether it's this PDP former, well, let's forget about his name, whatever. But you see, the other APC, Onanoga, I don't know whether he wanted to hear Tinubu. He didn't hear it now. It's Obi, Chief Obasanjo says. But like I've said earlier on, that Chief Obasanjo says Obi is going to be the person. Does not mean Obi will win. Obi won't win. It's just the person his mind chose to endorse. And like I asked on Anoga, particularly, what is wrong with Chief Obasanjo saying it should be Tinubu, or it should be Atiku, or it should be Obi like he did? So for me, whatever Anoga is saying, whether Chief Obasanjo does not win or can win, he should remember that whether he has electoral value or not, he was a former president. Not only through military dictatorship, he was elected. Whether it was maneuvered the way other elections have been going, but we know that he was elected since 1999 to either 20, whichever. 20, is it? Good. So the issue is that Onanoga should indeed make his personal endorsement, and that should be Tinubu. That's where he's receiving his salary from. So I think he should not be talking about what another person has a right to do.
All right, Emmanuel, got your thoughts on that. Thank you. We have with us this morning Opaka Dokubo, he's Vice President, NUJ Zone F. Great to see you this morning. You're also looking resplendent. Great. I think that's 2023. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think everybody is going to blossom. Let me leave it at that. Let me not reveal too much what the spirit is telling me.
Check the spirit.
Don't worry, Manuel. I don't have any spirits coming from my village.
There are spirits and there are spirits.
Good morning. Happy New Year, Mr. Opaka Dokubo.
Happy New Year. Actually, I've seen you a couple of times. If anybody asks me, do you know any? I would say yes. But today, you're looking fairer than you have.
Hey, I knew it. I knew 2023 is going to be special. So I started as a fairer person.
This is good. And to all of us here, Ima, Doc, Happy New Year. This is the year we've been waiting for, 2023. It is here with us. And I'm sure, just as Nigerians, they're looking forward to a better country through the election of a new set of leaders. I'm sure. We have a reason to hope. And God ultimately will grant us our heart's desire for this country and for ourselves in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I do not know why these people continue to play this politics the way they are playing it. And indeed, whether it's Obasanjo or anybody else, I for one see Peter Obi having an edge over these people because of the way he responds. I mean, if not for anything else, the way he actually responds to people. And you will see a lot of maturity. You see somebody who will probably respond to you when you respond to him. When you come to him with hate, he responds to you with love, as it were. Never joining issues with people. If anything, just being focused and doing his thing, telling you why he thinks he is the best, and that's where he has always been. So to go and begin to attack personalities, and for somebody of Obasanjo's status to say he has no electoral value. I know once upon a time he endorsed the candidate of the APC, and it was okay for them. Then he endorsed Buhari in his first tenure, and everybody, I mean, they jubilated. And today, if for any reason, I mean, and Obasanjo is somebody who will not tell you why he's doing what he's doing. He's not afraid to say this. He's a human being. He may have made his own errors. But he's not afraid at any point in time to come out to tell you what his mind, I don't know what to say, his spirit, as and he has our own spirit. Obasanjo has his own spirit and tells you this is what his own spirit leads him to. And then he leaves you to it. So I think Obasanjo has well within his rights to do what he has done. This is not the first time. So for anybody to even make it look like, oh, he's done what, this is himself. I sometimes wish we have more people like Obasanjo, more people like Matthew Kuka, more people, because all of us even with the microphone and everything, put our voices together, it will not amount to some of these people's words when they come out to speak. They have what it takes to make everybody listen. Whether you want to take it or not is another matter altogether. But indeed, Obasanjo has done what he is known to do. For him, and nobody can say he loves Nigeria more than Obasanjo. What he has done because he's not even a traditional ruler. He's not even a religious leader for you to say, okay, why is digging this? He is true and true a politician and a former, head of state, former president of this country. For him, Nigeria is his constituency, and he has every right to say, look, at this particular point in time, this is where I'm throwing my heart. Whether Nigerians want to go with him or not is another matter. But I know somebody once said, in a time of moral crisis, I think they said the hottest places of hell are reserved for those who maintain their neutrality. So Obasanjo will not, or will be somebody who will not be found in that kind of position. He will tell you the way he feels about it, the way he thinks about it, and then leave you to your judgment, leave you to your decision. But it will never be said that he did not say. And like I said, he's a human. He may be wrong, but he is never afraid to put his cards on the table and say, this is what I feel. A couple of times we'll say, well, Buhari, you endorse, how is it? Somebody will want to ask that. But he is not afraid. So this is what it is, and he has given out his reasons. Anybody, I expect that people should be quarreling with the reasons he has adduced, not with himself.
Okay. All right, we got your thoughts on that. So let's move on also to Dr. C.A.J. Chingwo, a legal practitioner, Secretary, River State Elders Council, Labour Party. Right?
He has been greening since he entered this place.
Because I see Secretary River State Elders Council, and it's Labour Party's Elders Council, right? Public Affairs Analyst.
The one Obasanjo.
Yes, the one Obasanjo. I mean, you're so happy when we said talking about it. Legal Analyst and living in Nigeria. Dr. C.A.J. Chingwo, great to have you here. Good morning and Happy New Year to you.
Morning, Manny.
And you already look like you've received your blessings.
I was wondering if you not endorse me. After endorsing a man and Obaka.
There's no way.
Now that
you already look like you've received your blessings.
Thank you. Now you have endorsed me. Yes. And what I hope for is coming to pass. This is 2023 we have been talking about. You know, some people.
Some of us have been talking about it, not for politics, though.
No, but whatever. It's a year to expect. It's a year many have expected. It's a year of great promise. We passed through 2022. I want to say Happy New Year to every Nigerian, particularly to those of us in this studio. It was a year that we feared. What we feared came to pass, but we hoped too, and our hope came to pass. And I think that's the major thing. With that hope, Obasanjo had it too, and that is why when he saw Obi, like Simon of Old in the Bible, I saw people like Obasanjo, Adebanjo, and many others, even who have not spoken, who acted like Simon, saying, "Oh, now let my soul depart in peace, for my eye have seen the salvation of the Lord." Peter B has offered that, and I pray that Nigerians will not miss the opportunity, because and we have seen things in this country. By February, I will be 60, and I can tell you that I've seen that this country is. It's not where even we who are the younger people expected it. People like Emma will even be more disappointed. But there is hope at the end. So those who are quarreling with Obasanjo's endorsement, I asked them, did they see the day Tinubu led all the people he could muster in Yoruba land to visit Obasanjo? How he double-led and everything. What was he looking for? Endorsement of the man they say now has no value. Have they noticed how many times Atiku visited Obasanjo, who, in spite of all Obasanjo has said against him, Atiku still says he's one of the greatest leaders in Africa and peacemaker, this one. What was he looking for? Endorsement. Even those whose ambition for presidency failed, my governor here inclusive, they visited Obasanjo several times. Why I do? See, you can't see, there are some people that say this one is undeniable. You like him, you don't like him. Obasanjo has acquired that status. I'm not one of his biggest fans, so not even until now that he endorsed Obi now, and I haven't changed. But see, there are certain things God has given to somebody, and I like people to begin to accept. If you say you believe in God, accept what God has done. Obasanjo, you may like him, you may not like him, but God has given him to be an undeniable figure in Nigerian politics. And that's why, many people still breaking their heads over things that they couldn't happen, because they don't want to accept facts of history and facts of time. So Obasanjo has been there. If he says I endorse you, it goes a long way. It goes a long way, as long as it's a letter that he has written. So Obasanjo, thank you for endorsing, seeing well at this time, because he has made some certain mistakes in endorsement before. When he endorsed Buhari won, but he came to regret it and all that. And but I'm sure this one he will not regret. He can pass on to his maker and be happy that he has endorsed P2B.
2023 will reveal.
He will reveal. Yes. Just cast your votes.
Dr. C.A.J. will cast our vote.
Papa
Obasanjo will cast his own where he wants to cast
exactly.
it. The rest of us will also cast ours wherever we decide to. But thank you so much, Dr. C.A.J., for your thoughts on that. We also have with us this morning Professor Ken Wike. He's a political analyst and professor of politics and governance at the Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Rumilumini, Port Harcourt. Great to have you. Happy New Year, sir.
Same here. Probably I'm seeing what Ogadokubo saw. I heard it before, talking about fairing and fairer.
And ferret.
I didn't say anything. No.
You don't have to.
Happy New Year.
We wish you the same. We wish you the same. Thank you so much for coming into the show today. I know how it's the festive season. A lot of us don't want to.
And it's a privilege to be at the first this year. This is the first.
Yeah,
so
and
put in the announce.
Yes, I've been home spending the time
quality
with my people.
Time with your people.
Yeah, with my people.
Did you travel home?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
My place just a stone throw to
what's your place called?
Iche, right? So 30 minutes ordinarily, but because there are big potholes, irrespective of 350 oil wells in the area, no problem.
So you went to Iche?
Yes, at least I managed now until the rains will come, and I will cease to go until the next dry season.
Don't worry, 2022 you will get somebody who will fix Iche.
Amen. Amen.
All right then, great to have you. Obasanjo has gone ahead to endorse, in his New Year's speech, endorse Peter Obi, asking Nigerians to cast their vote for Peter Obi because he seems to be the only one who has the attitude, the integrity, the vitality that can take Nigeria out of the dungeons. He calls it hell on earth, as it were now. And then he got some reaction, of course, from the PDP and APC and several other parties. You had that of SDP, you had that of NNPP too, all speaking on the fact that Obasanjo endorsed Obi. Of course, they all felt that their own candidates are way better. Let's get your thoughts then.
Like, I can't agree less with what my people have said. He has a right to. He's been endorsing, and so assuming he did either for any of them, they will also applaud him and all that. So he has a right, but he's just entitled to one vote, just one, just like I am. And I know that my PVC is right in my pocket, and I know what to do with it. I've told my people I'll stand between where you have a big ditch, Eleme Junction, and then go through Mebulu, Ikwerengwa Igbo Eche. And I stand there and I say, my people, look at me. And then if what do you do? And so that's exactly what Obasanjo, for him, he has seen it all. I give it to him. Nobody can say less of a man who had been a military head of state and a civilian, a president, so to say, twice. And then he's been on the back bench, so to say. And so he's seen a lot. Even if he decided to openly tear destroy his PDP card and decided to say he wanted to remain apolitical. He cannot.
Since the PDP have been torn.
I'm not aware of that. So for me, I see him as an elder statesman that when he says something, people need to look at what he has said. And don't forget, the man has followers across Nigeria and beyond. So whatever he says, even little me that I spoke to my people, I am sure they will hear me too, because I also have, I have to also endorse somebody somewhere, especially the governor of a state like this. I have to also endorse. So it is within his right to endorse whoever he wants to endorse, because he is one person who has a lot of followers, and when he speaks, and again, Obasanjo is nearing the grave, clear. Even as I'm 50 today, I'm also close to the grave, one way or the other. And so, but he is near, I don't know what you call it, he's nearest, so to say, by age. If people, die by age, but unfortunately, that does not, does not happen. But the man wants to, write his name in gold. Probably he may not have done so fantastic while he was president of Nigeria twice, but at least he needs to rise up to the occasion to speak the truth. Nigeria today, as it is, see, Annie, there is hunger, there is poverty. The poverty we are talking about is not just in capital, small letter, big letter capital written on the faces of Nigerians. And so every year, every election year, 4 years, people come in, give a lot of promises and all that, and yet nothing. I'm not also saying that Obi will perform magical, but among them, among them, at least, let's be sincere. Let's forget about our political affiliations, interests, and all that. Let's just focus on. If you look at the two candidates that we have, you know, I don't want to mention their names, you know. So I look at Obi, one side, and you find that Obi, like I've always said, I challenged a lot of people in the southeast. I said when he was governor of Anambra State, I didn't see so much that he did, but his personality as it is today, amongst those who are running for the #1 seat of Nigeria, you will quite agree with, whether you like it or not. Even the spirits, the gods of the land, Nigeria, and the ones are in the sky, and then the greatest God in heaven, will understand that Nigerians are yearning for change, and that change, not the type of change that we are talking about now, I mean the real change in capital letter, may be found in the person of Obi. I'm not one of his, because of course I have different political interests, but the future of Nigerians, our children, are yet unborn, most important than my personal political interests. And so for Obasanjo to have endorsed Obi means a lot. And so I think that we should see through the eyes of Obasanjo and elect the right leaders, even not just about Obi, but even in the states. Here we are talking about on other parts of the country. Very, very crucial.
How we got your thoughts on that? Well, the news update comes up next when we return. We'll continue our conversations on that. Before we do leave, though, I think Obasanjo is very interested, for me, on who is the next president. I mean, we've seen that happen ever since he left office, ever since his failed third tenure attempt. He was very, very particular about who went on after him. I think that was part of the reasons why he and Atiku went, the way they went at each other's jugular. And ever since, he has been hands-on in trying to ensure a particular candidate came on board. And let's be fair. I think he's had that clout. He's been able to do that a couple of times, and I think this time around he's rooting to do the same magic again. But when I think about these things, I think aside the fact that he might have desires to see a Nigeria that is prosperous, because he lives here, he's got kids, he has family, he must definitely want to prosperous Nigeria. I think he doesn't want a president who wants to investigate the presidential library and find out why he still owns that place. I think he's interested in someone who is going to come in and not dig up the books and ask him what he did with funds when he was president. I think he's interested in sitting down there in Otta Farm and nobody comes to ask him how that farm became his. Because And
are you on endorsing or?
I have no problem with anybody, but I'm just saying. The news update is next.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Annie Abdul Salam, spokesperson of the Tinubu Shatima Presidential Campaign Council. Festus Keyamo says former President Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi will not affect his principle. Obasanjo formally endorsed Obi for the February 25th election, saying that the former Anambra State governor has an edge over other candidates. But Keyamo has waved off the development, maintaining that Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress will not be impacted. According to the APC-PCC spokesperson, Obasanjo's action proves that as Atiku's former boss, he does not think that the PDP candidate deserves to be president this time around. The Rivers State Commissioner for Environment, Eminike Geoffrey Eke has welcomed Governor Nyesom Wike and his entourage to the flag off of Akpabu Itu Odido Egbeda roads in Emwoha local government area of the state. According to the statement by the media aide to the State Commissioner for Environment, the event will take place today. The statement explained that the governor has provided good governance that even the blind can see, noting that the people of Emwoha are sincerely grateful. Geoffrey Eke, while urging the people to come out en masse to welcome the governor and his entourage, described Governor Wike as a master key to infrastructural development. The River State Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps now ranks 5th in the country from its previous position of above 30 in the past 2 years as at 2022. The State Commander of the FRSC, Corps Commander Salisu Galadanchi, who spoke to newsmen during the command's end of the year get-together, said it took dedication of the command to achieve the feat. Galadanchi said although there has been progress, the River State Command of the FRSC seeks to be ranked number 1 ahead of other states leading on the table. The River State Commander of the FRSC added that more than 15,000 arrests were carried out for traffic violations in 2022. And on to the foreign scene, tens of thousands of people are expected to pay their respects to former Pope Benedict XVI when his line in state begins at the Vatican later. He died on New Year's Eve at the age of 95, almost a decade after he stood down because of ill health. Pope Francis will preside over Thursday's funeral, which will be the first time that the Pope will be buried by his successor. The Vatican says the service will be simple, solemn, and sober. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Ensure that you collect your PVCs and take advantage of this coming election to elect leaders of your choice. Good morning. I am Annie Abdul Salam. Thank you for listening.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
You got one above just they knock me get anyhow. In La PH come back they tell me say now there all the enjoyment day. But now we go TV don't enter holder with strong signal. Way. Cause I feel they I'm well. You know understand? With Go TV, myself go they flex better local and international match live and direct. My pikin fit watch cartoon and educational shows, and my madam go dey watch series wey go give am joy. Next time we our boy wan miss ya, I go just increase TV volume, make you sef know say better entertainment don enter holder.
Hey, na true my people. Go TV don land a holder. Omoku, Eleme, Erima, and around go begin enjoy correct TV wey no dey tear pocket.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Welcome to 2023. A new year is like a fresh land. You need to cultivate it, weed, plant, prune, and water to reap its harvest. In 2023, don't neglect your land. Don't plant what you don't intend to harvest. Don't hesitate to labor for your plants to grow. And always pray for life and good health to enjoy your harvest. Cheers to a fruitful 2023 from Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people. The voice of the people.
You make me say, hallelujah, Hosanna. Hallelujah, Hosanna. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you.
You also say this government.
For that station, John.
Yeah, don't you worry, you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Actually, 8 minutes. 8 minutes gone past 9. I better start looking this way. 8 minutes gone past 9. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. I'm super excited to say this. Right? When we started the show earlier, I did say I was going to give out 10,000 naira to, somebody who is struggling that I needed them to know that, we see them, we understand and recognize what they're going through, and we just want to be some sort of support and say, Bele, hold this one, hold your side, that kind of thing, but I mean, I've got somebody who's listening who's just amazing, and this person reached out to me and said, look, I want to be part of what you're doing this morning, and I want to give out 10,000 naira too. Just like that. Says, I want to be part of this. I want to give 10,000 naira too. So he's gone ahead and sent me 10,000. I'm going to read his message. I'm trying to get to his message. That's his message here. And he says, good morning. My name is Prince Uche from Rume Pericom Kingdom. Please, I want to support this, your morning giveaway with 10,000 naira. Kindly send your account details. I sent it immediately. I didn't even wait for the ink to dry. And he sent me 10,000 naira too. So we've got 20,000 naira. I don't know. Now I'm confused. Should I give one person 20,000 naira? Or now that we have 10,000, we can give two people 10,000 naira each? It makes sense, right? At least we have extra people to touch instead of just one person. But somebody having 20 might really be impactful. I'm thinking on it. I'll come up with what to do with it. Maybe one person, maybe two people. But then let's get on. Let me read some of the comments that you shared with us concerning the people that you know around you who are going through difficult times and you think that we should have this 10,000 naira. This person is in my street. He's handicapped. I've seen him do manual jobs with his one leg just so he can have a meal and take care of himself and his aged mother. Umoren, you sent that in. All right, thank you very much. That's really thoughtful of you. And I've seen a couple of people like that. They're people living with disabilities, but they haven't allowed that to keep them down. They just keep going. Good morning, Annie. My story is that of a friend of mine who is the hardest worker I have seen. He's really struggling, not that he's not trying. Ima, wherever you are, I pray God helps you and gives you speed. Well, Ima, I join in that prayer, and I hope that God helps you and gives you speed too. Just as your friend sent this in. I don't know who this person is. You didn't indicate your name, nothing, but then you are. Hi, good morning. My name is Bright. I actually know of a lady that everything has been going really bad on her. She has 4 sons and she's married, but her husband isn't working. And this woman has been the one fending for her family. But no matter how hard she tries, nothing good comes up for her. Please, I want you guys to help her. Sometimes she's eating. Sometimes eating is a problem, not to talk of the 4 children eating. And the worst part is that this lady's children do not go to school anymore. I think that 10,000 naira would take her a long way. Okay, Bright, we got to your story too. We'll get to eventually find out who gets this money. Like I said, I have extra now. Prince has been such a darling this morning and sent us an extra 10,000 naira. Annie Wanyama, good morning. Happy New Year to you. I have this childhood friend. Her husband died 5 years into the marriage, leaving her to cater for their little girl. She teaches and sustains herself, daughter, aged mother, and siblings with her meager salary. Her late dad is still in the mortuary as she struggles to arrange his burial. She's a struggling widow who looks older than her actual age. I wish she can get help. And anything, no matter how little, means so much to her. Her name is Inyobong Ua. Lady Annie, can you please assist her? Mrs. Estienne, you sent this in from Port Harcourt. Mrs. Estienne, well, we're looking at messages and we'll decide eventually who gets it, but that really did pull at my heartstrings. Good morning, Annie. Please, I have a friend who is battling with kidney failure since June. She's been in the hospital for some time now. Hold on, I'm coming. I'll get to that story. I'm trying to pull up that story. Just give me a moment. Okay, there you are. Good morning, Annie. Please, I have this friend who's been battling with kidney failure since June. She's been in the hospital for some time now, and when she was discharged, we thought she was getting better. But on getting home, the situation continued. She needs some financial assistance to go for dialysis. Any assistance will be appreciated. Thanks. I think this is way more than the 10,000 we're offering this morning. I truly hope that she's able to get the kind of assistance that she needs. But I think you should reach out to certain hospitals. I know that they have programs going on for people who have kidney issues, and then funding might be a bit short when it comes to daily. I don't know how she needs her dialysis, if it's daily or weekly or whatever, but I think there are certain hospitals out there who have come up with certain arrangements. Perhaps you want to make inquiries on that. Madam Annie, good morning. I'm God's Power Uzoma from Ada George. I know a woman who is a widow and not too healthy. According to her, she went to test and it indicates that malaria parasite has eaten deep into her system and she's going down in health. I gave her 3K yesterday to get some drugs for herself. The annoying part is that where she's staying has been demolished, so nowhere for her and her children to lay their heads. Please, I want her to be the beneficiary of the 10,000. Her name is Beauty, and you went on to give her number. Thanks. Oh dear, God's power, man, that's really a sad story. Demolished. So where's she staying? All right, we got your thoughts. You got your story on that there. Happy New Year. There's a lady staying too close to my building at Alu. I always try to do my best to my capacity because I see suffering in her, as she has 4 children with no house. As she says, she stays, I think, in an uncompleted building that have no doors or windows and doing nothing. I cry whenever I see her children not going to school, as I've taken the challenge to sponsor one of her sons to school this January. They barely eat as the children have turned something else health-wise. There's suffering, no? You people know there's suffering. It's hard. It's hard out there. Annie, my name is Kennedy. Good morning. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Annie, there's a woman in my street. She's a widow with 4 kids. She sells Zobo just to manage her family. 2 days ago, the roof in their one room is removed by her landlord because they weren't able to pay their house rent. And you can imagine staying in a house without a roof with children under this cold Hamilton weather. I approached her yesterday and she told me they have nowhere to go. She said if she can have a little assistance from anywhere to enable her rent a bachelor, she'll be grateful. I would have helped, but Annie, I don't have right now. Please, I think this woman really needs this 10,000 naira. God bless you, Annie. All right, Kennedy, I got your thoughts too on who needs this 10,000 naira. And the more I think about this, the more I'm thinking I wish I had more money, because I don't know who I'm going to take and who I'm going to say sorry. But I think at the end of the day, those who didn't get the opportunity to have the 10,000 or 20,000 naira, I'm sure that something will happen for them, one way or the other. I have a friend who happens to be a single mother with a kid less than a year, whose house rent expired by December. Her landlady has threatened to throw her and her baby out in 1 week. Daniel from Uzoba, you send that in. All right, Daniel. I pray that for those who will be unable to help this morning, I'm saying we now because I have Prince on board. For those of us who will be unable to help this morning, I truly pray that help will come one way or the other to you. I will call out the people or the person that will give this 10,000 naira to, and I would like for the recipients to get in touch with me, right? I know you sent the message, but I need you to convey the message to the recipients so that they can get in touch with me. So if I choose you, I'm going to go on your chat and give you my private number, and so that the recipient can call me and I will give them this money. All right. So for everybody else who sent this, thank you so much. I'll come back to it and tell you who gets it. All right, so let's get back to the papers, right? The last story that we just wrapped up with Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi. So let's get on to another story now. In the papers we have Atiku's aide insists Tinubu met G5 governors. Frank Shaibu, the special assistant, public communication to the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Frank Shaibu, on Sunday accused the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, accused him of trying to ride to Aso Villa on treachery. He said, contrary to the denial from Tinubu's camp, the former Lagos State governor indeed met with 5 aggrieved PDP governors in London. There were reports that governors Nyesom Wike, Samuel Otum, Okezie Azu, Sheyi Makinde, and Ifeanyi Gwangi met Tinubu in London. Tinubu's media team has since denied the reports, but Shaibu, in the statement titled Tinubu wants to ride on treachery to the villa obtained by journalists in Abuja, insisted that the former governor of Lagos State met with the 5 PDP governors in London. He said, I make bold to state that if the G5 never met with Tinubu, Wike will have been the one to deny it. Curiously, while the news of the meeting, which was reported by several credible media houses, was trending, 2 spokesmen for the APC presidential campaign, Festus Keyamo and Femi Fani Kayode, took to social media to celebrate the support Tinubu will be getting from the G5. He said it's funny that it took the Tinubu camp 3 days before denying the meeting, adding that it is also awfully coincidental that the G5 and Tinubu would decide to travel to London at the same time and depart at the same time, with Tinubu proceeding to Saudi Arabia and other governors returning to Nigeria. He claimed that Tinubu decided to deny the meeting because the details of the meeting are too messy and the APC candidates in the 5 states are fighting back. All the G5 governors are on the ballot except Governor Wike, and there is a fight back from the APC governorship and National Assembly candidates from affected states where the G5 governors hold sway. Atiku's assistant, Frank Shaibu, insists that Tinubu met with the G5. Well, the Tinubu campaign organization, should I call them organization or committee or team, came up to say, Tinubu didn't meet with the G5. But that was after a couple of days after the first hint that there was a meeting between the G5 and Tinubu in London. But do you think there's any need to deny it? So if Tinubu met with them, couldn't they meet? I mean, Wike has said, who is he afraid of? That he wouldn't tell if he's meeting people. That he's going to meet whoever he wants to meet, and he'll do so openly. I don't think meeting people who are having conversations on whatever reasons will be something any of the parties will want to deny. But then I'm not in politics. I don't know how these things play out. What do you think, Emmanuel?
You know that sometimes I liken politics with cultism. Because the way they hide things in politics is the same way they hide things in cults. I don't see what is wrong with meeting another person. That the G5 met with Tinubu, what's wrong with that? If they met Tinubu and Tinubu has positions he wants them to accept before allowing them. You see, everybody in politics wants his own interest. Tinubu may, because coming into his camp will mean maybe becoming more formidable. And then he admits them. What is wrong with that? Why is Frank Shaibu himself insisting that they met with him? And why is the APC's maybe assistant to Tinubu denying that? I don't just know. So the thing is looking more like a cult affair. If not, what are they talking about? Is in 2023, the presidential election, let it be that Tinubu is going to win. And then these people have the way for me to win. Now you come in and help me with whatever you have got. I don't see anything wrong. And I don't see also the importance of his who meet with Atiku. So what's his own problem in terms of they met, they didn't meet? So for me, I don't know this. In fact, it doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't be part of any conversation at all. Whether they meet or they didn't meet is no problem. It's not going to add to election. It's not going to remove from that particular election.
All right, Emmanuel, got your thoughts there. Let me get to Pokadokubo.
I think whether they met or not, it's significant to those who know what that entails. Their meeting is as important as the reason for which they are meeting and what is it that they discussed. These are people who are on the ballot on another political party. One is going for governorship, and then here you are, accused of now meeting in that faraway land, and with the presidential candidate of another political party. I'm talking about anti-party here. It has a lot of, a lot of significance. And then the question is, what did you discuss? What's your arrival? What is it that you are talking about? So in their parlance, in political, it's really, really important. If you want to do it clandestine, fine, go down. Wike can afford to do what he's doing. Come openly, I want to do this, because he has already drawn the line. And he's not even contesting. He keeps saying every other day, he's not contesting, he has not much to lose. But the others have a lot at stake. So, that is not to say they truly, I'm believing they actually met, or it's neither here nor there. But they have a reason. I think they would have a reason to want to keep it under wraps if they truly met. And especially when the meeting probably did not, they cannot actually put out to the public what, and if they are meeting, what would they be talking about? Tinubu will be saying, give your votes to me. And then what will be happening to me if I give it to you? What would you be giving to me? The APC has candidates in all of these states we are talking about. Governorship candidates and candidates at every other level. So, am I going to trade? Is the APC, is Tinubu now saying those candidates in those states, say like Oyo now, he has, a governorship candidate, and Sheyi Makinde is running. And you're now getting into this kind of meeting. What happens to the fate of your own candidate there? So there are a lot of things that they won't, it will be very difficult for them to come out to the open to speak about. And so it will be better that they put it under wraps. They have gone under the cover of G5. I'm sure it would have been more terrible if somebody like Sheyi Makinde would be the person directly doing this. And he knows he won't be able to, he won't try it. Or maybe under the cover of G5, they have done it. Maybe, or maybe not. But it holds a lot of significance if that meeting ever held. And if it ever held, they will have a reason to want to keep it under wraps because of the implications of, especially for those who are running. And the APC have their own candidates, and their presidential candidate is going to ostrate them away. Trade them off. Is that what it is? It's all. So if they are denying, they will have a good reason to deny it. But on the other hand, well, that is not to say they actually met. Frank Shaibu, he will need to put evidence on the table for all of us to say, yes, truly it happened. But if it's a matter of being just conjecture, this is the period when a lot of things, a lot of politicians, especially in these camps, will throw out anything and everything and then try to hoodwink all of us. But that will be taken, but that the fact that whether they have a reason to keep it under wraps if they truly made, I think they really do.
All right, okay, really we'll got your thoughts there. Let's get on now to Dr. C.J. Chinwo.
Yes. Is it the significance of the meeting?
Yes. Why is it under wraps?
Well, I think that I'll see for a different perspective. The significance is that it has accentuated the foolishness of those who we call leaders in Nigeria. In winter, high winter that people in London are hiding from the snow. As our people, our own leaders can't meet in Nigeria to go abroad to discuss. Number one. Number two, when I saw my governor return, he said, "Do you see how fresh I'm looking now?" It shows you that the governor acknowledged that we are here drying and that we are dying. Including those he was talking to. What our leaders do, they make us dry up here and use our money to go abroad. So you're showing foolishness that you can't, like people have asked. I mean, last week I was listening to Nasir Owo here. People were having this similar discussion. The amount of foreign exchange you waste, particularly for Rivers State, because Governor Wike is the one funding all these things. Our money is being wasted for nothing. Since like we know there's no tourist place in Rivers State, couldn't you have gone to Cross River? Why are we like this? So it's foolishness. Did they meet with Tinubu? Does it really matter whether they met with Tinubu? But I know that they met with Tinubu because Tinubu is desperate to have people like that supporting. That's what happens. Even in the community, in the village, if a child is known to be wayward and truant and disrespectful of his father, the father's enemy will welcome him. Come in quickly. Come and eat. Good boy. But they know that the boy is a wasted boy. That's what is happening. So, Tinubu could afford, he will call Wike, please come. I'm sure he will even say that he should have been the president. If you are running, I wouldn't have run. But it's just showing that we're all a bunch of, Nigeria is the politicians are a bunch of people without principles, without ideas of what is right or wrong. They met. Will it serve any purpose? One that is very clear. One that is certain. I said it here last week. It won't serve any purpose because I see, and I said it last week, that the meeting they had in London, whether in the main London or outskirts of London, wherever they had the meeting, that is the last meeting the so-called G5 are having, because there's confusion. The governor came at Naka near my community, was making effort to give impression that they are still united. It was very clear, even me listening to him, that the unity has ended. As everybody landed at the airport, everybody went his own way. Autumn to ask himself, do I have hope in this my senatorial ambition? And Makinde asking himself, will I be able to return as governor? Ugwain saying, even though some people say I'm popular, the way I'm going with Wike, as this communication not corrupted me, the man at Iman's State is what's his name? Igbeazu. His own insurance is not going nowhere.
Why is he sure he's going nowhere?
His insurance is going nowhere. No, that's why he, of all the loyalty, he's the most loyal. He's the most loyal. Not
Autumn.
Oh no, not Autumn. No, he's Autumn still knows that he's from the north, all these middle belts. Autumn is a more experienced politician than Igbeazu. Igbeazu is the one that has, if you ask me and I ask him, if you remember to vote, you know that he won't be voted. So the one thing is that the significance of that meeting is to show the foolishness of Nigerian politicians, those who say they lead us and where they are leading us to. Would it be of any value to Tinubu? No. Will it be of value to the people who are meeting? No. They should have done the right thing, and the right thing is look. You're in a contest. You ran for a position, you lost. Spirit of sportsmanship. There's nothing that Atiku did that Wike didn't do 2 times. Nothing. Is he trying to buy over Tambuwa? Well, we were just asking before. Why is Wike not talking about Tambuwa? The man who betrayed him in the public. There are certain things we will need to know. I don't know why these politicians, when they leave office, they will not sit down and write sincere memoir and autobiographies. And I'm writing my own.
I know you.
Yes, let them write, because we need to know.
The way you like to read, it will be painful if you are not writing.
I'm writing. These people should let us know some of the things they did. Let them be candid enough to tell us. Because look, when we begin to know the story of what happened in this PDP primary, why Governor Wike is so angry, it has gone beyond the fact that he lost the seat. I am sure that some of the anger is because of the things he invested to make people promise him. These things have been wasted, and the governor will be wondering, what do I tell Rivers people? Even if the man I choose to be governor becomes governor, which he cannot be, but even if he becomes, somehow this thing will still be revealed. that look, certain things happen as they shouldn't happen. So that's why the governor is really very desperate for it. But I'm telling him that there may be enough time between now and May or maybe March for him to reconcile with Rivers people, for him to return and then try and see if his party can receive him back. Well, because otherwise the end of this thing is going to be very bad. For me, I feel pain for him. He's somebody I know very well. We are from the same local government. We are friends. We are the same professional colleagues. I feel pain for what I see happening to him, but he can try to rebuild it if he will retrace his step in these 2-3 months. Yes, right. so that's it. They should stop stopping us in going to London or anywhere. Nigerian politicians are embarrassing us too much.
All right, okay, your thoughts there. Let me get on now to Professor Ken Nweke.
Well, honey, people can go to anywhere, and they've been going to many places, you know. And I sit back. I also imagine how much it takes to get a ticket. I'm not sure that I have left the shores of this country in the last 3-4 years now. Even as bad as MBO, but this one's just close eyes. The next thing is the London. Yeah. And these things are not just wow. You see, I don't understand. Like Ogachi once said, people you have if you go to Cross River, it's happening. You go to Akwa Ibom, it's happening. And I'm also wondering why it shouldn't happen in rivers, for instance. I was going to Ogoniland the other day and I saw, you know, one good place. Somebody said, but I haven't been able to, you know, find myself into the place. You know, a resort, so to say, one part of Ogoni and all that. Can't people also go there and have their meetings and all that? Is it wrong? And at least encourage the man who invested. London weather. If you go to Ogoniland, with where that place is located, I don't know what it is called.
No matter where
you
you
see
there's no snow falling.
You get
there's no snow falling.
Listen,
I wear those kind of
you
jackets.
get a raffia. You know it is a mine war. You know the direct one.
Yeah.
People are just tapping it as fresh as it is. Why not go encourage people like that at least? And then you see that people talk about this London. I don't understand whether it's the same or I don't know who funds it. I don't know. You know? And so these trips here and there going to discuss. And like he said, I understand that the city of the UK, Europe and across, very cold. The other day a lot of people died in the US. One part is in New York. And so people even in this studio, I'm already freezing. With how many? You know, Annie will not even turn off one. I'm freezing. And that's why I can't afford to travel now because you know I have cold. I can't imagine the last few days. And then people
that's
just
why you're not in the G5. If you were in the G5, you'll have traveled.
I would have traveled.
You're not
and
in
then,
the G5.
Annie, have you seen how you know you know what I'm talking about? People just put on as many winter jackets as possible. Just 3, 4, 5. Just to make sure that they can pull through the weather and all that. And I'm imagining, as you are talking, you are struggling. So, can you talk freely there? At least if you are in Nigeria here.
Obviously, they can.
They can, eh?
They can. I don't know the kind of London you've been going to.
I don't know.
Because these guys have been talking. At least it is London that they met Asiwaju, according to reports. And had conversations. So they were talking
Annie, what I'm saying is that this one is not the type that they go, that some of us can't go. So, but at least we understand how the weather is there. So, why not do the discussion here? If you go to Lagos, there are certain places in Lagos, okay, you feel good that you are outside Nigeria. If you go to some places in VI and you feel good and all that. So, why not limit this waka a little? Because some of these wakas have not been able to yield the desired dividend.
Let's get to the issue itself.
Yes, I'm coming there. So the thing is that for me, some of these things are, wasting resources and all that. The PVCs of the Nigerians will say which direction that this whole thing will we are talking about. If you pass INEC in the Sobiapo here now or Elios, you see how people are risking themselves just to collect the so-called PVCs. And people have been made to understand the import of PVCs and they line up to collect PVCs. And I tell you, and then other people are not jumping from one place to another, flying planes. And the people are here under the sun, finding a way to collect PVC. And so after collecting the PVC, and then some people are cruising here and there to go and discuss and not discuss. I don't know whether the meeting held. Even if it held, it doesn't matter to me whether it held. Because for me, my PVC is in my pocket. My people's PVCs are in their pockets. And of course, they will determine where the PVCs will go on that election day. I've always said that even when you go with your family on the day of election, Tinubu, for instance, will go and vote with his wife, probably, for as a presidential candidate. Of course, the media will focus beam and at the end of the day. As he does that, he will go, his wife will go. They may not also have opportunity to see what this one, by rights, if we follow the procedures. The two of them cannot stay one place and begin to thumbprint. And so it means that your children can vote against your interests, even if you people can leave. So it means that every Nigerian has a vote, and no matter who you want your followers to vote, some of them, like where I come from, they ask the basic photo and all that. Where do you say okay, umbrella or broom or whatever, horse? Where? At the end of the day, they may go, and then somehow they forget. You can say vote horse, and then the man goes to vote broom, one hand. At the end of the day, so who do you think you can control? Even those you are feeding fat, probably between now and the election period, may decide to, not that deliberately they will vote against, but they are not literate enough to also follow your bidding. The political leaders across, you will give them instruction and say, oh look, this is where I want to go. And then they tell their people, say, God say make we go here. But when they go, they can get confused. Confusion. God can do anything, can throw confusion amongst people.
All right.
And then something ordinarily, something spectacular can happen. And I see, as I sit in this studio, Annie, just closing my eyes and I see how Nigerians are going to vote. And then vote from presidency to the state. When the result will emerge in this studio, you'll be so shocked.
No, we don't have to be shocked in the studio.
You'll be shocked.
Let the shocking be
You'll
outside.
be shocked. But my worry is that the blood pressure that
allow us to worry about our blood pressure. You guys worry about yours. All right, let's move on from that story. It says here, Articles 8 insists Tinubu met G5 governors. And then you've got Pele, shame of Nigeria's vagabond leadership. Pele, shame of Nigeria's vagabond leadership. With a halo round his head, Pele packed lightning in his right foot, thunder in his left. The reason his footsteps sparkled, the reason he shone like a million stars, the reason he was named Edison after the inventor of the light bulb, Thomas Edison, the reason he turned football to Jogo Bonito, the beautiful game. Pele was born in the morning of October 23, 1940. With electric light arrived in his hometown of Tres Garauces, a city in Minas Gerais. Light and sunlight heralded the Son of Light to the delight of Mother, Celeste, and Father, blah, blah, blah. Let me move on. If the ball was blazing at his... don't worry, I don't know what... You guys are just jealous of Pele. Why are you brushing? You guys... Because nobody wrote about how they heralded you with light when you were born. Allow Pele to be... allow him to enjoy the accolades put on his head. Is it accolade now? Well, if the ball was blazing at his feet, he was also magnetic in his hands as a striker. Pele was a terror to defenders, just as he was a nightmare to strikers. Never say die, Pele picked the bits and pieces of his life together thereafter and considered the prospect of returning to football, accepting a long rejected offer to play in the US for the New York Cosmos. Blah, 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 blah. Pele rose to fame, then slipped into insolvency and later rode onto the pantheon of all-time sports greats, nestling in at the apogee of soccer immortality for over 40 years until death sold cancer to Pele's colon and metastasized the entrails of the lethal striker, and Pele kicked the bucket. Death blew the final whistle on Pele just when the Samba King was about to dribble into 2023, hacking him down in the 18-yard box. When Pele was wreathing in pain from the fatal tackle from death, he didn't run abroad for medical treatment like Nigerian prodigal leaders would do. He stayed in Brazil, taking treatment at the Albert Einstein Israelite Hospital located in Morumbi, southern Sao Paulo. Pele invested his hard-earned football income in Brazil, creating jobs and supporting the economy in a commendable demonstration of patriotism, unlike public treasury looting Nigerian leaders who stashed their heights abroad, refused to pay taxes, and inflict suffering on the masses through multiple taxes and neglect of hospitals, schools, and roads. The Albert Einstein Israelite Hospital is renowned as the best in Latin America. Even as it reportedly ranks in the top 50 globally, it is owned by a group of Jewish community members in Sao Paulo. If the Brazilian government didn't provide a secure atmosphere for the hospital to operate since 1971, the hospital will not be a pride of Brazil today, providing top-notch Medicare to humanity. Not only have Nigerian political leaders abandoned healthcare services provided by even foreign experts in Nigeria, they flee abroad to treat dandruff and hold political meetings, while commending the masses to utilize decrepit public healthcare facilities they cannot recommend for pets. As long as telecommunication companies, bank, oil, legislature, palms, and banks, I beg your pardon, I'll read that again. As long as telecommunication companies and banks, oil, legislature, palms without ceasing, blindness will continue to afflict legislative oversight functions that should check fraudulent bank charges and insane billing by telecommunication firms. Today, a mere hello is costlier than a New York broadcast from hell. Brazilian pastors and imams didn't go online to predict that witches and wizards were behind Pele's sickness, like fake Nigerian clerics will do. A notorious Nigerian celestial cleric will with a chest like a barrel of liquor. From the Tibetan region of the Himalayas, shamelessly claimed God told him that France would defeat Argentina in the recent World Cup final, mopping his burnt face from the mouth like a rabid dog. Pele, the winner of 3 World Cups, still has a mother, Celeste, who is 100 years old. He played football on the streets but wasn't shot dead by a police officer, like pregnant lawyer Bolanle Rahim was shot dead by an accost assistant superintendent of police Drambi Vandi. Before he dropped out of school in 4th grade, kidnappers didn't storm Pele's school to cut away pupils into the night like they did in Chibok, Borno State, and Dapchi in Yobe State. As a budding player, Pele was in various football camps, lodging in different hotels. There was no report of Pele or any of his teammates being molested, not to talk of being killed like an Obafemi Awolowo postgraduate student, Timothy Adegoke, who was allegedly murdered in his sleep at Hilton Hotel, Ile-Ife. If Pele was shot dead by Brazilian soldiers like zombie soldiers massacred Nigerian youths at the Lekki toll gate, how would Brazil have profited from Pele's prodigy? Who knows how many Pelés, Albert Einsteins, and Thomas Edisons have sent to early graves by the Nigerian leadership. As a mark of respect to the late Pele, I decided to hold the conclusion of the 2-part series I began last week entitled Pele Can't Untie Mrs. Sholay's football tempers flared over the article, which garnered thousands of likes on Punch Facebook page. I must admit that the conversation over whose football's GOAT will never end as long as football remains around. Anyways, I'm sticking with the ones he mentioned about Nigeria there. And you know, even though I know Brazil has its problems, Brazil is not El Dorado. But he spoke about something that I think is poignant when it comes to Nigeria. And he says Pele was treated in Brazil. I mean, Pele, with how famous he was, could have moved anywhere in the world if he wanted to get treatment, if he felt that he wasn't getting quality treatment in Brazil. And like he mentioned, he said there are too many of our leaders here in Nigeria. And when I talk leaders, I'm talking about political, who at the drop of a hat will board a flight and leave for London, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, France, anywhere else to get checked for a headache, for something that most likely could be done here in Nigeria. And then there are others who are chronically ill, have the opportunity to perhaps create state-of-the-art health facility where they can be receiving treatment from, but will rather continue to spend hard-earned Nigerian currency turned into dollars or pounds in other facilities outside our shores, to the detriment of ordinary Nigerians. That's you and I, who unfortunately are stuck here. The other day we were talking about a story we saw in the papers. It says the complete collapse of the primary healthcare system here, and we did have a very heated conversation on that, because that is where my first go-to health service is, the front line. That's where I'm supposed to go to if I woke up one morning and had any complaints. But like we know here, everybody ends up at the tertiary institutions. We're already looking at teaching hospitals and the rest, or private establishments. It seems as if no matter how many times we talk about this, Nigerian leaders will come in, do what they know how to do, and leave. And what they know how to do is perhaps empty our coffers. Emmanuel, is there something wrong with Nigerians? Because he mentioned several other things. The soldiers are not killing people on the street. They're not being murdered in hotels. They're checked into. Several other ailments. It's not ailments. No, several other ills that he mentioned that we find dogging the Nigerian space. What do you think?
Well, following your question, yes, something is seriously wrong with Nigeria. And that error is corruption. You see, he talked about Nigerian leaders who, of course, like I said, when we talked about this collapse of primary health sectors or so, I mentioned that government is supposed to be in charge of all this. Even though they come up with policies that will take taxes away from the citizenry, but of course it stands there. Anytime you have any ailment, you get down to that particular level and then get exactly quality healthcare. There will be no problem in paying the tax. Now, if you check Nigerian leaders in their egocentrism, will only make sure that they loot, and as they loot, they're able to walk across, go to the overseas countries, and then get quality medication. But you, who doesn't, who is not up to that level, you die here also. So I think something is seriously wrong, and what that error is corruption. And it's not that Nigeria is the only corrupt nation on earth, no. But our own is that we give ourselves to that corruption. I have said it severally. You walk into any university, you want to go to any secretary to get any information, they will not pay attention to you until you do like they call it Rogers, and you put something under. You get the information you want. And in that way, think about the little position, and then at the highest position that nobody talks about, you will sign, you will approve, you add your own and approve your work contract, you add your own, and all such things. That is what is wrong with us, and there's no other thing. Not that element is there. It's only mentality. We are highly corrupt in this country, and that is what is killing us.
All right, Emmanuel, got your thoughts on that. Opakadokobo. What's wrong? What's fundamentally wrong? Emmanuel says corruption.
I say it's lack of patriotism. The Nigerian leader does not believe even in the country. He does not believe in it, and that is the serious problem that we find ourselves. This is Pelé, as we've talked about. This, I mean, I don't know, is considered among the greatest athletes ever. If you talk about football, he is still up there People are struggling years and years after. And then football is a worldwide game. And so for somebody who is seen at that level, there's nowhere. But this is a man who chose to remain. What can be more patriotic than that? Now, if you access your own medical facilities, if I go to a hospital here in Nigeria and I find that my leader, my representative also accesses that place, for crying out loud, what confidence it gives me, a boost. That truly, this is where I can also, we are in it together. And then we know that in that particular situation, then we can, whatever happens, will be fixed and we will have hope. But each time you step into these areas, you see, the moment somebody gets to councillorship and it goes to chairman, for crying out loud, those places are no longer his. You cannot, we talked about tourism here, they don't come there, come anywhere here. We have the Obudu, we have whatever. Even the feel and the atmosphere and the weather condition of Europe, in certain parts of this country, you still have them. When I got to the Mambila Plateau, for crying out loud, I was shocked we could have places like that in this country. Yet, our people will choose to jet out. Leaving those of us, as Obasanjo will tell us, we are living here, Nigeria, in hell. So, this is where our problem is. The unpatriotic, even leaders, and yet they mount it. They tell Nigerians, oh, you need to believe in your country. What are you believing in? You don't even believe in it. It is not by what you say, it is by what you do, it is by how you live. And that is what inspires others the more as leaders. But they will choose to speak it and then live differently, making everybody look Nigeria as if, yes, it's for the forsaken. And that is why Dr. Chuma would put it as one of his living in Nigeria. So it's
very necessary. All right.
So our leaders will have to. Our schools, the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The moment somebody gets a little bit of a lift he leaves the public school, he gets into the private school, and before you know it, his situation maybe in government gets a little higher, he flies his children abroad, and that is where they live. So, you can see it all through our national life. So it begins, for me, it's the same leaders are the people who they market the country. They are the ones who show the lack of respect for the country. They are the ones who show a lack of patriotism, and yet, ironically, they are the same people who say we should be patriotic.
All right, got your thoughts, sir. Let me move on to Dr. Seja Chingwa.
Yeah, Annie, as you're reading that, what I'm even thinking is, can any Pele emerge again in Nigeria? I recently asked the local government chairman, I said, please, can't you try and set up civic centers, including a football field in each ward in your local government? It didn't take 2 minutes. He fired back. Where is the money? Mm-hmm. Where is the money? In any case, we have that in all our local wards. And then I now come back to my own local government, Obiabo local government. Annie, I've said it here before. 17 wards. There's no one place you can find in Obiabo local government, which is literally shared with my governor, where you can find where 5,000 people can gather together standing. I'm not talking sitting down. Standing.
5,000.
5,000. Obiabo is from Choba to Elelewo to Irebe and the Rumola area. Except maybe schools, which of course we are now shut out from. Now, where will the Peles emerge from? Like somebody said, Pele played street football. There are no streets, no football field. So where will Pele emerge from? And perhaps the whole state is like that. Perhaps the whole country is like that. What are we waiting for now? The last team that lost to Ghana in the qualifier, Annie, all the players are based abroad. Nearly half of them were born abroad. That's not the what we're doing. Let them go and bring them there.
Let them go and practice their
so you want Pele. The leaders, I thought that could have even gone to that. They say it's a shame 1940 to 1958 could produce a Pele in a state in Brazil. We know we're not able to produce now. The schools where we even our young boys were playing in those days are all gone. You are coming to this studio now. Look at the community's secondary school. Can any Pele emerge from there? Go to the one at Trumepericum, the community secondary school there. Can any Pele, in short, who will play for? It is so bad that our governor realized that instead of building Rivers United Academy, let's build the Real Madrid Academy. Many things are so pathetic that you feel for this country. So Pele, let's keep celebrating him. After all, when we have to have meeting, we'll go to London. When we want to watch football, we'll go and watch. But like somebody rightly said too, I was so grateful that Nigeria spared us the embarrassment of going to Qatar.
Why?
When I saw the quality of football going on, I said we would have been so ashamed that after the first match. Well. After the first match, I'm not sure they will tell us to play.
We would have done well. We know how to calculate. Make sure.
They wouldn't have. We not even go to the point to allow us to play the group game. And it's pathetic. Where we're going to. And our leaders. So what's the problem? Like you said, the problem is lack of vision. But I agree with you also. Lack of patriotism and all that. Corruption. Lack of vision. Because the Bible says, where there's no vision, the people perish. Nigerian leaders from the local government to the presidency thrive in lack of vision. And it won't cost us much. It will not cost the amount governor used to build one flyover to create civic centers, at least acquire the land in all 319 wards. It will not cost that. But lack of vision, we're only waiting for the one that is finished. It is now go abroad and buy them and pay them. So where we Pele? So he doesn't need to bother. There will be no Pele imagine for the policemen to shoot, because all of us we're all going below mediocre level. Our game is below mediocre. So why will policemen shoot again now? That's where we're going to. All of us will have to come to that level.
Real quickly now, let me get to Professor Ken Weke, if you can say anything in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we've said everything. Patriotism, corruption,
lack of vision. Lack of vision, corruption, and
lack of
corruption. They are unpatriotic.
Pervasive corruption.
Pervasive.
Yes. Then Oga Odugbo said
lack of patriotism.
Patriotism, right? And then he also agrees with
lack of vision.
Vision. All of them join together. They're all right. You see, I don't see a people that I don't even blame political leaders as much as I do for the followership. The greatest undoing that we have in this country, political followership. Now, like I said, people are jumping from one country to another, and then we hear people can't see good food to eat, and yet on election day you will line up, and then somebody calls you to give you something or give you something in advance. And at the end of the day, you say, "Now here we dey." Our people tend to align more to this thing called political parties and all that. I don't know what the thing political parties give to them. I am a member of this and sometimes I tell them, I say, if we want to run political party show, sometimes I will run more than you do. But it's not about what we get today. It's about our future, the rest of the life that we want to live, and our children. And so, this country, pervasive corruption, because some people who are moving up and down are interested in how they will not go to jail or whether to avoid jail.
Pervasive corruption.
Pervasive corruption. So one major problem that we have. Of course, everybody expects that if I get something now, I should take it to home and then share around. And then, are we patriotic? We are not. We are not.
So I added to what they said, you're also bringing in the angle of followership, right?
I say the greatest undoing. Followership, political followership.
Right.
Because it's the same leadership that will go to London and then still go to the villages
and get celebrated. We got your thoughts on now. We've got to take a break here. The news update comes up next. Stay on the dial, please.
Every hour when When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Annie Abdul Salam. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has predicted dust haze weather conditions across the country from today through to Wednesday. NIMET's weather outlook released predicted thick dust haze with horizontal visibility of less or equal to 1,000 meters over the northern region during the forecast period. According to it, moderate dust haze with horizontal visibility range of 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers is expected over the north central region, with prospects of horizontal visibility of less than or equal to 1,000 meters over parts of Niger within the forecast period. The agency predicted thick dust haze tomorrow with horizontal visibility of less or equal to 1,000 meters over the northern region during the forecast period. Spokesperson of the Tinubu Shatima Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, says former President Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi will not affect his principal. Obasanjo formally endorsed Obi for the February 25th election, saying that the former Anambra State governor has an edge over other candidates. But Keyamo has waved off the development, maintaining that Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress will not be impacted. According to the APC-PCC spokesperson, Obasanjo's actions proves that as Atiku's former boss, he does not think that the PDP candidate deserves to be president this time around. The Rivers State Commissioner of Environment, Emenike Geoffrey Eke, has welcomed Governor Nyesom Wike and his entourage to the flag-off of Akpabu, Itu, Odido, Egbeda roads in Emwoha local government area of the state. According to a statement by the media aide to the State Commissioner for Environment, the event will take place today. The statement explained that the governor has provided good governance that even the blind can see, noting that the people of Emwoha are sincerely grateful. Geoffrey Eke, while urging the people to come out en masse to welcome the governor and his entourage, described Governor Wike as a master key to infrastructural development. And on the foreign scene, a New Year's Eve party in India's Karnataka state took a tragic turn when the host died of a heart attack after he accidentally shot dead a guest. Munjunath Olekar was preparing his gun to fire celebratory shots during the party at his home in Shivamoga city, but the gun misfired and a bullet hit a man who was standing next to him. The police have started an investigation into the incident. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Ensure that you collect your PVCs and take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. So have a great morning. I am Annie Abdul Salam. Thank you for listening.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
You get one above you just knock me get anyhow. In La PH, come back, they tell me say, now there all the enjoyment day. But now we go TV don't enter holder with strong signal. E-way. Cause I feel they I'm well. You know understand? With Go TV, myself go they flex better local and international match, live and direct. My pikin fit watch cartoon and educational shows, and my madam go they watch series we go get enjoy. Next time we are boy one miss ya. I go just increase TV volume. Make yourself know say better entertainment don't enter holder.
Hey, not true, my people. Go TV don't land a holder. Omoku, Eleme, Erima, and around go begin enjoy correct TV when no dey tear pocket.
Are you a fan of world-class hospitality who always desire top-notch comfort, style, luxury, quality service delivery, uninterrupted power supply, and 24/7 internet connectivity? If yes is your answer, then we have good news for you. Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel is a 4-star international brand hotel strategically located in 3 beautiful locations in the heart of Port Harcourt City. We are at number 1C Evo Crescent, GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt. Also at number 63 Ken Siro Wiwa, former Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. And number 35, Woke Street, off Abacha Road, GRA, Phase 3, Port Harcourt. At Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel, we offer our customers a wide range of bespoke hospitality service options that fit their respective choices. Please call us on 070-2546-1378 or 070-4235-5124. You can also call us on 070-5777-7780. Do you know that you can enjoy a 30% discount on our weekend rates? Send us an email on sm@goldenchilipotaka.com. Visit us on social media, Facebook Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel, at GTPHC, Instagram at Golden Chili Port Harcourt. Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel. Playtime anytime.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to Today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Cause, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. Port Harcourt people.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Emeka, biko, bia.
What is it?
How come Chukwudi, that guy, how come he's making more sales than us? And we are in the same line of business, eh?
Relax. Cool down.
Are you sure he's not using something? Eh? Ask him so that whatever he uses, we can use it.
I'll do something.
I'll meet him.
Okay, I'll meet him. He's my brother. Calm down. What is that thing you are doing? I'm your brother. What is that thing you're doing? Look at your shop now. It's always busy.
Look, my friend, it is very simple. I don't tell you this thing before, but you know the
I am willing to go anywhere, any length. Just what is it you are doing? What is the secret?
It is very simple. See, just take your business, okay? Take your business, go to Today FM for adverts, and you go experience change.
Chukudi, stop this joke now.
I tell you, because now, as we talk so, their rates don't drop.
Chukudi, are you being serious?
I did tell you.
This man go safe. Oga Chukudi, want buy something new? Oga Chukudi.
You dey collect money? Chief, can face you come now.
I dey come. Emeka, I need go now. But don't forget though, Today 95.1 FM. Carry your business, go give them, and you go see change.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best.
Chukudi, Dalo, thank you very much.
Biko, be family.
Thank you.
All the fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name.
Never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
back. Welcome back. 11 minutes. I've warned myself, stop looking this way. Look to this. 11 minutes after 10. And before I go on, I'm going to read some of your comments that you shared with us concerning the papers. It's up on our Facebook page. And then I also want to quickly put this in. For those who have won, I decided to do was give 10,000 naira each, right? So instead of giving one person 20, Prince and I will give 10,000 naira each to one of you. So we have one person who is getting it is Inyobong Uwa. This was sent in by Mrs. Essien, and she talked about this friend of hers whose husband died 5 years into the marriage, leaving her to cater for the little girl. She teaches and sustains herself, her daughter, her aged mother and siblings with her meager salary, and then her late dad is in the mortuary and she's still struggling to arrange his burial. She says she's struggling so hard, she looks older than her age. She wish she can help. So to which we decided that we'll give 10,000 to Inyobong Uwa. And I have gone on to give my personal number, and I've asked that you give that number to Inyobong Uwa, and I think I saw her missed call while I was on air. I will give her a call and we'll find out where to meet so she can get her 10,000 naira. Then there's this other person also that we are giving 10,000 naira to, Prince and I. Okay, and the person who sent this hasn't even gone back to read the message. So if by the end of the show I haven't gotten a confirmation that you've seen my message, I'll give it up to the next person. Annie, Happy New Year. There's a man in my compound. This man is above 68 years, but he drives keke now. The keke has broken down and he doesn't have money to fix the keke. He doesn't have anything to eat as of yesterday. Things are very hard for the man that I wish I could help. Chidi from Ajip, you sent that in, and I've responded and given the number with which this keke man shall call me with. The 68-year-old man is the one I expect to call me, Chidi from Ajip. You haven't gone on to read your message, and like I wait at the end of the show, if you have not responded, I'll move on and give it to somebody else because we need to get that money out today. Then somebody said something. You didn't get it, but somebody is interested, right? He said there's a lady staying close to my building at Alu. Okay, no, it's not you. Oh dear. Hold on. Let me get the right person. I think he's the one who's selling Zobo. Let me get to your story. Okay, yes. My name is Kennedy. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. There's a woman in my street. She's a widow with 4 kids. She sells Zobo just to manage her family. 2 days ago, the roof of their one room is removed by her landlord because they weren't able to pay their house rent. And you can imagine staying in a house without a roof, without with children under this cold Hamilton weather. I approached her yesterday and she told me they have nowhere to go. She said if she can have a little assistance from anywhere to enable her rent a bacha, she will be grateful. I would have helped Annie, but I don't have right now. Please, Annie, I think this woman really needs this 10K. I agree. I think this woman really needs this 10K. As a matter of fact, I think she even needs more than 10K, especially when you see what she's going through. So, but she's not a recipient of my 10,000 naira this morning. She is rather going to benefit from something else. Somebody listened to what I was saying earlier and said, Annie, please, can I have the number of the woman in Alu whose house was deroofed? My number is so and so. So I'm going to give your number to this person, and you benefit whatever it is this person is offering, who says, I need to have the number of the woman whose house was deroofed. My number is blah, blah, blah. So I'll exchange numbers. Both of you can go ahead and see how this woman's desperate situation can be salvaged. Thank you so much for everybody who's been showing love so much. This is from the person who sent this, and also to Prince, who also sent in 10,000 naira this morning to support what we're doing this here. So we've got 20,000 to give out. Yeah, oh, indeed, very, 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 very kind indeed. So the things that make me feel warm about Nigerians. All right, so let me get on to your messages. on Facebook concerning the papers, and I'm starting off with Chima Ezinye, who says Obasanjo endorsing Obi is a welcome development and will help in making the man have more followers. Omerelu, you sent this from Omerelu, said good morning. And then Newton Ikere says Agbakoba advocates name change for Nigeria. Dear Agbakoba, please rest. Name change is the least of our worries. Besides, the name Nigeria is so romantic. Is it romantic now, Nigeria? Adi Oji Okiosisi OBJ said Buhari has dragged Nigeria below 1999. This is a political statement with promise. Christian Williams, Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku Tinubu camps protest. Kudos to Obasanjo for endorsing Mr. Peter Obi. For me, Peter Obi, whose experience and expertise are highly needed now in Nigeria, will surely end the sufferings facing Nigerians. Kalu Elemchi, Obasanjo's endorsement of Obi. What exactly is the headache of Tinubu and Atiku's camp? Had OBJ aligned with any of them, would OBJ's camp come out to lash them, or would APC and PDP reject OBJ's endorsement of themselves? That shows how phenomenal Obi has become. Chidosik Chidex, can someone remind Wike how transient power is? The hard fact is that Wike failed to realize that nothing lasts forever. Even Ronaldo is now playing in Saudi Arab League. But did you see the money he's making in that Saudi Arab League? I will pull out from any league and go there. But then I guess it's a different level. People look for, after they've played and made a name, perhaps they look for where they can just make money now and go home. I don't know how that thing happens. But then, this here says the hard fact is that Wike failed to realize that nothing lasts forever. Even Ronaldo is now playing in Saudi Arab League. That's to tell you that nothing lasts forever. One day power will leave Wike, or Wike will leave power. But the friends and enemies you make when you're in power will remain with you even when power leaves you. But it's a pity our governor is making more enemies than friends. Kalu, LMG, ISWAP and Boko Haram clash, Madam Annie. So without the clash of these terrorist groups, the Nigerian military cannot bring them to their knees. Can you sense complacency and compromise from the federal government? Maybe we're waiting for such clashes to reduce their heinous tendencies. But the military is skillful discovering militia camps in the east, but has never seen killer headsmen camp in the east. One Nigeria. Well, I don't know about seeing killer headsmen camp in the east, but it is unfair to say that the army has not been bringing some of these dissidents to their knees. It would be unfair, really, completely unfair to say that's not been happening. It has been happening. I guess what we do want is we want to see more of that, and like all faceted on all sides, but that it's not happening at all, that's not true. Newton Ikere, countries impose travel restrictions on China as COVID-19 cases surged January 2nd, 2023. Has Nigeria done the needful, or are they still waiting till the unthinkable happens? Newton is also speaking on Obasanjo's wish on Peter Obi doesn't reflect wishes of Nigerians Atiku, but it will be reflected but it would have reflected our wish if he had endorsed you, no? Adi Oji Okiosisi OBJ endorsement of Peter Obi is a welcome development, and this is a political truth. Okwando Obina, Serap sues Wike Okoa others over 650 billion naira largesse. He says this is a welcome development, but my worry is that Serap's many litigation has never yielded any positive results. The likes of Governor Wike and Co, with billions of money in refunds, monthly allocations from federal government in IGR, had little or nothing to show in development that is commensurate with these monies. Serap is a good step, but the results are important. Dave Asula, Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku Tinubu camps protest. Why are they protesting? Obasanjo endorsing Obi is not a sure bet that he will win, and if Obi wins, please, I don't want to see open letter from Obasanjo later in the years. Chili Adwin, can anyone remind Wike how transient power is? This is too big for the man called Wike because he's so overwhelmed with power, but will be humbled after some months from now because Nigeria is bigger than any one man. Newton Ikere, Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku Tinubu camps protest. I don't see why Tinubu's threat should protest. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'll skip it. I thought they said endorsement doesn't mean a thing. The handwriting is clear. # Peter is coming. So let Tinubu's camp cry me an ocean. Chidex, Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku. Tinubu can protest. The obvious fact is that good product markets itself. Even the blind can see that Obi is the man. If INEC can be sincere to Nigerians, this coming election is already won, even before we cast our votes. But it's a pity in Nigeria that who casts votes decides nothing, but those who count the votes decide everything. Inconclusive and supplementary INEC will not allow Nigerians to decide who governs us. Chidex, you must realize that elections are everywhere worldwide the decider. It's not how we feel before elections that determines who wins. It's what comes out from the election itself. I can understand how we feel about the sincerity of the officers who are at different polling units, but to think that this is how you feel, you think that this is a good market, and therefore it might be your area, it might be the people you surround yourself with. Maybe on another field it's a different conversation entirely. That's why elections hold, so we can determine who has the larger crowd. Chile Edwin, Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku. Tinubu camps protest. Obasanjo lacks the moral justification to endorse or speak for Nigerians because he once endorsed Atiku Abubakar and failed. And Obasanjo is trying to cover up his failures as one who laid the foundation for most of the problems Nigeria is facing today, and must stop distracting Nigerians with sweet nothing while trying to cover up his failures, which PMB has exposed with his massive achievements, an opportunity that Obasanjo missed. Thank God, ability at table. You said Atiku's aide insists Tinubu met G5 governors. Will Atiku Abubakar deny that he has not been secretly having talks with APC members and governors within and outside the country? Scarcity, federal government plans inspection of fuel station tanks. Newton Ikere says, I have never seen a government as insensitive as this Buhari-led government. Fuel is now being sold for 350 naira a litre. No more 50 naira fare. Every drop is now 100 naira minimum. There's been a 50% or 100% increase in transport fare, and that has cascaded to every area of our lives, even foodstuff. Yet those at the corridor of power, whose only job is to make life easy for Nigerians, are playing on their fiddle while Rome burns. Their days are numbered. Christian Williams, Atiku's aide, insists Tinubu met G5 governors. Tinubu meeting with G5 governors is not the point. The point is that Atiku has failed to reconcile with the G5 governors, and it is so unfortunate. I am really disappointed that PDP is falling apart when Atiku, the supposed unifier, is not even unifying the party. How then can he unify Nigeria? Gerald Emeka, good morning, Annie and your apt crew. Why is the endorsement of Peter Obi by Obasanjo a headache to Atiku and Tinubu? If they feel that it has no effect, then let them wait till the presidential election have come and gone. Nigeria at the brink, not closer to it. Just take a look at goings on in the country and tell me what else. No price control of goods and services. They go to CBN, get dollars at official rate and sell to Aboki at higher rates. Can someone remind Wike how transient power is? Sure. Governor Wike, not Atiku, frustrated zoning of presidential ticket to Southeast. Sure, we know, and that's why karma is seriously affecting him, and he won't ever get away with it. Get away, I'm sure you meant with it. If he likes, let him. All right, I'll skip that. Dave Asula, inside G5 governors deal with Tinubu. The deal Tinubu wants to strike with G5 governors will not work in Benue State. We are not going to vote for a PDP candidate who has no antecedent, no manifesto, no good plan for the Benue people, and leave our Messiah, the Reverend Father sent by God to redeem us, just because of a political deal. Tinubu should try us and see the outcome. We don't care about party. We are for personality. Tangled ability at Teobu. Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi as Atiku camp protest. What are they protesting? Obasanjo has made his choice. Let's be frank to ourselves. Among all the presidential candidates, Peter Obi stands to be the best among them. Backward never. Bola Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar should go home and take care of their grandchildren. Nigerians are not in analog age again. Peter Obi will soon have grandchildren if he doesn't have.
By then he would have stopped.
Let's just pray his child doesn't get pregnant between now and then. Hillary Newton Carey says Christian APC members pick holes in parties Muslim ticket. Not just APC Christians. I know Muslims in their millions who are against this same faith. Where did they line up in their millions? You counted them, Newton Carey. It says, I know Muslims in their millions who are against this same faith ticket. Not everyone subscribes to this senseless recipe for anarchy. Okwando Obinna Obasanjo endorses Obi as Atiku Tinubu can protest. I wonder why people should be disturbing themselves about Obasanjo's endorsement. As a matter of fact, he has been in the business of endorsing people after losing a third-term bid. These reckless endorsements are products of anger, hate, and carelessness. People should not worry about it. Abdugani Ujima, good morning, Annie. OBJ's endorsement of Obi for me is this endorsement of OBJ is worthless and valueless because he's only entitled to one vote or his family members if he still has control over them. And most of us who are students of history will not be surprised if OBJ couldn't support Atiku or Tinubu because of what happened in the past when OBJ was in power. He's someone who never forgives anyone who has a problem with him. Emmanuel Obasanjo endorses Obi, though I support Obi, but endorsement this ordinary will have added value and votes to Obi, but I don't see that happening. And he watched the movement of the North. They're technically not dividing their votes, knowing that power comes first, no matter who gets it in the North. Are going to divide these votes amongst Obi and Tinubu and continue to cry over headsmen when Atiku wins, because Kwankwaso will definitely play ball. We need to be careful and get their power and get this power first. That's my own. Ferdinand Ngoto, good morning, presenter. Obasanjo saying PMB have dragged Nigeria back below 1999. And please let me ask OBJ, in 1999, how was the road from Port Harcourt to Enugu? But today is almost completed. How about the second Niger bridge? But today it is done. OBJ should tell us how he spent $16 billion on power. Okay, so I read your comments on that. We're just going to move on to the next story that we have here. And that here is take over leadership control of Nigeria. Obasanjo tells youths. Take over leadership control of Nigeria. Obasanjo tells youths. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has called on Nigerian youths to present a united force and take over leadership control of the nation from the older generation. Obasanjo made the call in a letter he personally signed and made available to newsmen on Sunday in Abeokuta. My appeal to all Nigerians, particularly young Nigerians, is how the letter was titled. He challenged youths to get together and bring about a truly meaningful change in their lives and nation. Let nobody pull wool over your eyes to divide you or segregate you to make you underlings. If you fail, you have no one else to blame, and your present and future are in your hands to make or to mar. Get up, get together, get going, and get us to where we should be. Sounds like a song. Get up, get up, get up, get together, get going, and get us to where we should be. Youths of Nigeria, your time has come, and it is now. Please grasp it. If not now, it will be never. I appeal to you to turn the tide on its head and march forward, chanting, our local, it is our turn. Not with a sense of entitlement, but with a demonstrable ideological commitment to unity and transformation of Nigeria. If we fall prey again, we will have ourselves to blame, and no one can say how many more knocks Nigeria can take before it tips over. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. Obasanjo said. Okay. He says they should come together, move forward, and take control of leadership. He says it's now or never. I don't know why Obasanjo did not speak to Nigerian youths before the primaries. I don't know why he didn't coerce Nigerian youth to find spaces in the different political parties and own it. I don't know why he wasn't this passionate about youths taking it over when we started to see the machinery of NSAS at play. I mean, it just seems that now, after his endorsement, or after, well, we are just a couple of months to election, if not, a couple of months to election, and he says, oh, youths take over. I don't know. I'm thinking that this is a statement that should have come earlier, so that youths can decide for themselves where they want to place themselves. I think we're very limited now with what youths can actually do, except take your PVCs and choose leaders that we had no choice in seeing their emergence to their different political parties, because it wasn't youths that did all of that then. It was people who owned the parties. People like OBJ. Emmanuel.
Yeah, Anna, you know that Chief Obasanjo understands the workings of political parties in Nigeria. He was an active member of the People's Democratic Party, the way they were bringing out people, those to represent Nigeria in their political party. He knows that, and knows that at that time he can't penetrate any political party. It is only to file behind those they have brought out. And that is why he's making the comments he's doing now. For me, I think I don't listen to all these politicians the way they go about, like he has endorsed. Yes, it's his opinion strictly. I have chosen P2B, that's Obasanjo talking. Then nobody has a right to say anything. Now, the youths he is bringing now is the issue that the youth, as at that time, there's nothing he could have done. Even if he had done and had said any word, it may not have galvanized the youth to know about P2B and all that. But right now, he has looked at all the people that have filed out to contest the election, the presidential election. And he is saying, my choice is P2B. You remember one message you read there, that let him not write an open letter much after. You know, that's the pattern Chief Obasanjo has maintained. If he brings out somebody, a little after, he will start writing open letter for that person to vacate the position. Because Chief Obasanjo does not want anybody to be a leader in this country longer than himself. And he has been, if he supports you today, tomorrow he will kick against you so that you will leave. It will only be that Chief Obasanjo stayed for 8 years and perhaps the military era, and then add it up, he will be the longest serving leader in this country. See, he has been with that mentality of selfishness. And if Chief Obasanjo has any problem with you, he doesn't forgive. He does not. Forget about all these pan-Nigeria. No.
He's not pan-Nigerian.
No, he's a pretentious pan-Nigerianism. I tell you. It's just that he is a leader that speaks his mind. Whether that mind has some other hunchback behind is what anybody cannot decode. Because I think it's only God that knows, that can read the mind. But what I'm saying is that nobody has a right to kick against whatever he has said as merely giving his opinion on anybody.
Got your thoughts, Emmanuel? Let me get to Pakadukubo.
I'm just wondering if we can ever find a Nigerian who is so altruistic, whose stands on any positions, who will not find something to talk about. I remember, yes, it was in this studio the other day we were talking, and then we mentioned on Icon. It said something about this thing, and then here one of us, one of the analysts that day said, "Oh, he knows that an Icon is a Yoruba man, and so whatever he was saying was tilted towards." And I said, "Wow, how quick we would be to actually look at us, irrespective of what anybody says. You will just look for something to just." So can we really get ourselves to that point where we truly look at issues on the face of it and say, look, we are addressing issues? I'm wondering what kind of father or a parent would one be if you cannot give your children direction, based on your own personal experience, whatever things you went through that you today at your old age you were able to realize, look, this, if only I had the benefit of hindsight, I probably, and then this is your beloved children, you will want them to do better, that you will not give them. And I'm wondering what kind of a child you would be if your parent tells you, see, this is the path to follow so that you do not make the same mistakes I made. And I know some children who would say, leave me to do my own. After all, you have lived your own life. Why are you disturbing me? I don't know how, for me, how that would be irresponsibility on the part of the child. And for it. So, when Obasanjo speaks, I usually, not just Obasanjo, any other person, like I said, for me, people like Kuka or Basenjo, I wanted us to have many and many and many of them. How can we ever get a government at any point in time that will sit down and say, oh, and everybody in Nigeria will agree that yes, this one is doing fantastically well. And even if you are doing well, for me, it is not one person coming out to say, yes, this person is doing well, and then yet on the streets, in the markets, in the schools, we're seeing them something different. At this particular point in time in our history, it is not about somebody telling you. Because if you go to the market, you will know what things are. You don't need an Obasanjo or somebody somewhere to tell you. You feel it inside. As you get into your own house, in your own room, you feel it, it's there. So, we only should have, for me, people who at any point in time will be able to, like I said, group people together and tell them this is what it is. It probably nobody will even hear it. Even when people hear it, they drop it somewhere. But there are certain persons, by reason of how far they had come and what positions they had held and everywhere, their voices carry more weight than others. So we need more and more of those ones to put our leaders on their toes. I will not have any issues with Obasanjo if tomorrow Peter Obi wins and then Obasanjo comes to write another letter. I would want him to write more and more letters. He should write. Because it's not... See, here we are in this country. We say we are the people who vote, and we give it back to the people, is it not? Yeah. Here, Prof just said, oh, it is the people for him who are so docile. They are not... You are part of people who... you join the people who probably installed a particular government and you leave it there and walk away. No, you should be there. Monitor. If there is anything going wrong, your voice should be heard. So for me, let people like Obasanjo stand and continue to write those letters, and let people, those who are in leadership position, be able to address the issues and not just take on the person. Today, our Nigerians, is the issue of this biting or not? We'll leave that one. I know we'll say it's Obasanjo. For me, it's not Obasanjo. Do it and let him say what we are feeling is not. And then we'll know that, yes, Obasanjo should have a problem.
All right.
So, well, whatever it is, as we go ahead, I want Obasanjo not to stop it now.
Yeah, but we're not talking about him writing letters now. We're talking about him calling out youths and saying...
For the youth, I think what he is telling them is what, for me, like I said, every other people who have had the experience should tell youth. They say you are the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow appears never to come. But this is 2023 and we have a unique opportunity.
When he was planning for that and he didn't know.
Well, that is past.
It was part of, it's part of what formed his character.
That's what the old man now, he is here. And he is telling you, of all the mistakes I have made, please, I still have the opportunity, thank God I still have breath in my nose to now tell you, this is the path you need to follow.
How easy for him
tomorrow
to have done all here, then he's now saying I'm old and frail, I can now speak the truth.
If you take it's your business. If you don't take it, well, he has nothing.
He has always been my business.
So
he has something
to
lose.
Only tell you.
I want to bring in a government that will probe him. He has something to lose.
He is there. Probe him.
It's unfortunate we haven't gotten the one that will.
Okay.
Let's get to Dr. Siejo Chinwo. Dr. Chinwo, the way you're looking at me.
No, I just noticed that today you seem to be anti-Obasanjo.
No. I'm trying to balance things here. I'm just balancing things out.
Well, that's actually necessary.
I'm not Yendebaing anything. I'm just
I agree with you. That's actually, even for me, those who know my views before would think it's because he endorsed a bit today that I'm seeming pro-Obasanjo. We need to balance things. That's the issue. Obasanjo has had that weakness of endorsing presidents or candidates without considering their ultimate performance. So when along the road they disappoint him, he now begins to be the one to shout because he wants to redeem his image Of course, that's the danger actually have when you're doing all these endorsements. I'm here now. I'm endorsing and I'm following P2B. But I want to be in a position like Obasanjo, where if P2B goes wrong, I will also have an opportunity to say, Mr. Obi, you're wrong. And how that if your loyalty is to the truth and development of the society, you shouldn't find that difficult. Some people thought I was against Amechi in my columns and radio commentary because I said, look, you can't do this as governor. As a matter of fact, I read one article I wrote. Just a weekend used it when people from my constituency went to visit. He was using it as a flag. See what you want wrote. See what you want is a patriotic Nigerian. Today he's there. If he does wrong, I still criticize. Some of those who are even there didn't remember that. They are not thinking that I'm against Wiki. Happily, Wiki knows that I'm not against him, but I'm against wrong policies. So I like that position where the fact that I endorsed you to become as a candidate and you win, I don't want to be banned by that because I didn't. You see, I'm not endorsing anybody because I expect him to give me contracts or not to probe me or to give me appointments. As a matter of fact, if you saw, I'm happy that those I endorse come out after against me because it shows that look, everybody now knows that this man doing this with selfish purpose. Obasanjo, therefore, why commending him for endorsing Obi this time? But he didn't see it first, though. The youths of this country saw Obi first. The youths of this country carried Obi first. So Obasanjo is struggling to identify with the right move of history. But I'm not going to blame him. Please don't blame him. We need them because the country that Obi will rule is not only made up of youths. As a matter of fact, the youth, some of us are struggling to tell them to calm them down. Some of them in some platform. I say, gentlemen, calm down. If you go do it this way, you destroy yourself. Because I feel for Obi now, the problem of managing the zeal and the fervency of Nigerian youths, I feel for him. So he needs some old people like Obi and like myself. Yes, even though we just about 2 years my senior, can I join and put myself among the elders? Especially here, I'm now a secretary of Council of Elders. But coming back to the youths, it's good he also is doing that. Right. You see, a man who has the benefit of insight, he became head of state, military head of state about 38 or 39. And then he was a youth. He led this country. He saw his failures. Middle age or so, or around 60, he became president. He has seen it and all that. So I think he's in a good position to speak to youth and say, look, here is the way, work in it. But what I will urge the youths is, please, let all of us moderate our expectation. Let also make sure that we are not expecting the same things the other people had and we are angry. You know, I hate to a situation where anybody will be itching that maybe Wike should go so that you go and do what Wike is doing. Buhari should go and do what Buhari is doing. That is absolutely the wrong thing to do. You must have an idea and expectation that is valid, and that nobody should be expecting me, I'm in Labour Party now, oh, my governor should win so that she will give me contract. But I should expect that the governor should win so I do the right thing for the society. Because the best society is a society where individuals can take care of their own needs, pay tax and contribute to society. The worst society is a society where government is everything. And unfortunately, for instance, this country is a country where government is everything. River State is a basket case because here we have a state where lawyers are going for conference. They go to the government house to ask for sponsorship. People are going to Jerusalem. Since I don't think UK is doing it the way Odili did it. We have Rivers are no more going to Jerusalem. It's a shame. People who are going to pilgrimage, one of the things that impoverish the northern nation states are because federal state governments are taking pilgrimage as if it's a state government responsibility. So we must get to the point where we begin to support people based on sound policies that will do the individual good, but not good in the sense of they're giving you what to eat today, but create a situation where you can create wealth. So if Obasanjo is saying that, I think Nigerian should think about that. If Obi has said, I want to make everybody a producer, not a consumer. I want to make people contribute to the economy, and that is that. Okay. So we should take Obasanjo's cancer because that's the same cancer.
Let me stop the campaign there.
That's the same cancer I'm giving to Nigerian youth.
All right then, we go here first, Dr. C.H.J. Chingo, Professor Ken Mweke.
Well, it's still the same thing. Obasanjo and I are saying the same thing. Yes, he may not have been a saint, like he also said that the candidates that are running for various party platforms may not be sent, right? But that amongst them, he would prefer, or that he prefers Obi's candidacy to the other, and then or the others. So I also want to say or charge everyone. You see, the level of gullibility of Nigerians is something that gives me, a sleepless night. We know how to endure. We know how to, in quote, patch, make up for people. You see, because I am in APC, whatever Buhari does is fine. Oh, I'm in PDP, and then whatever the state government or governor does, it's okay. After all, it wasn't himself that started it. He inherited these things from Amechi, his brother. And he came, Amechi, laid the foundation, and then he put the superstructure and all that. And then what is wrong? Oh, Obasanjo, after all, laid the foundation for where we are today, and then every other person built on where we are and all that. And so should we continue in sin that grace may abound?
God forbid.
God forbid.
All right.
So, Obasanjo has said,
Emmanuel will have a word to say for that.
He said, we know how to eulogize. This thing called party thing. Our people are so glued to party system, party politics, and all that. Because people, no. The youths, though, they started this movement, this OB movement. I've also said it, and I've continued to say it. I was in a taxi from Nsukka to Enugu. I just took that ride, and I said, in a conversation, and I told them in that taxi that Obi wasn't a cent in Anambra State, and I didn't see Obi to be a superman when he was governor of Anambra State, and I had visited Anambra severally, and I didn't see what Obi did, and that saving money. If you save money and people are hungry, so what's the essence of the savings that he made for Anambra people? Okay, you saved, and Obiano came to squander, and at the end of the day, and he has left. I guess he ran to the US after squandering the money for 80 years and all that. So do you save without using the money? And the issue of I ran the government with little cost and all that. But again, I have said that Obi is not a cent. But amongst the lot, he appears to be a better material. I won't say best here now. A better material compared to the others. I'm looking at two sides now, and so he is better than the other. I become good.
So hashtag Peter is better.
Yeah, it's better than the others put together. And just to maybe, but because Nigeria's problem is systemic, and because it's systemic, and it may be very, very difficult for Obi, to change Nigeria as a whole. Any leadership in this country that has no capacity to bring about, the needed investment that we have that will turn around the fortunes of this country will not go anywhere. And so even as we talk about in the state that we are today, nobody is talking about the right persons who can attract even foreign direct investment to this state and all that. In a state, and if you go to Lagos, then you weep. Lagos is expanding, chasing the ocean, chasing development into the ocean, expanding the places and all that.
I don't know which is chasing.
You don't
the ocean that is chasing.
No. Human beings are not chasing the ocean, chasing the water. Back to the ocean. Developing the places.
I know several places in Lagos where they moved into and have to move out because the water took it over.
No problem.
I don't know who's chasing. I don't know who's chasing who.
No. The humans are chasing.
And what are
expanding.
Chasing
And what are chasing? One man in my former church said, all these people who are building on water ways, one day water will come after you people and all that. And that's exactly what
you have
saying.
Answered.
But they have answered. But what I'm saying is that you can see the level of development in Lagos State, and that's why the likes of Tinubu, are being given accolades about how he attracts brains, in terms of kind of investment that we have in Lagos. And so you can't take that away. Anybody, even from the state here, if we don't have the right political leadership that has the capacity to bring about the direct foreign investment, then we're wasting time. People should have capacity. And I think that, yes, if you look at the likes of Tinubu, he may have that kind of capacity to attract some kind of foreign investment, including Atiku himself. But beyond the ordinary capacity that you think you have, Obi seems to be younger in mind, at heart, and then he thinks so. He's a successful businessman, just like the other ones. But then we have also seen his pedigrees, antecedents in recent time, that he can be trusted even within and outside Nigeria. Because for any direct foreign investment to happen in Nigeria, there must be trust. And so, because those that ought to invest in Nigeria have no trust at all for political leadership. So how can they bring their investments here that can change the fortunes of Nigeria? They cannot. And so, but Obi appears to be winning the minds of some Nigerians, especially the youths, and which I'm talking about now. Obasanjo is not cashing in on that, and then including foreigners and other foreign externals, so to say. So he can be trusted a bit, and if he can be trusted, then Obi is appearing to be an institution, an evolving institution himself. I'm not in his party, and I don't also think I want to be. But the most important thing here is that we need a patriotic Nigeria that can help us drive the kind of development that Nigeria requires. Not only the Nigeria as a state, but the other administrative units we have from the north to the south. We need to have governor elect by March this year that will be able to galvanize their states, attract the right kind of investment that will help Obi if he eventually wins. Because if you don't have the right governors that will emerge in 2023, because if you talk about the federation account, you find how much the states take from that account, even the local governments. So if we don't have the right persons at these levels of states to control these monies that are being shared every day or every month, it will be very, very difficult, even if you have the likes of Obi emerge as president. Again, you talk about the National Assembly. Okay. I'm not also worried about how the National Assembly will be. If Obi wins the election, of course, the institution of National Assembly has no choice than to bow.
We got your thoughts there. Let's move on from that story to another before we wrap up and take calls here. Serapsu's Weekend Okoa and others, over 625 billion naira largest. Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project SERAP has sued oil-producing states for allegedly failing to account for the 625.43 billion naira recently paid to them by the federal government. The payment to Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Delta, Edo, Rivers, Ondo, Imo, and Cross River State covered 13% oil derivation, subsidy, and Shopee refunds. The refunds date from 1999 to 2021. In the suit numbered so and filed last Friday at the Federal High Court, Abuja, SERAP is asking the court to direct and compel the governors to disclose and publish spending of the derivation, subsidy, and Shopee refunds. The group is also asking the court to compel President Muhammadu Buhari to direct anti-corruption agencies to investigate spending of the public funds collected by the governors and, where appropriate, ensure prosecution of suspected perpetrators and recovery of proceeds of corruption. In the suit, the organization is arguing that the 1999 Constitution as amended, Freedom of Information Act, and African Charter on Human and People's Rights impose transparency transparency obligations on governors to disclose spending on oil derivation, subsidy, and Shopee refunds. The rights body is also insisting that the governors cannot hide under the excuse that the Freedom of Information Act is not applicable to their states, noting the governors also have clear legal obligations to provide information as prescribed by the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution and African Charter on Human and People's Rights. According to SERAP, it is in the public interest and interest of justice to grant this application. Nigerians are entitled to their constitutionally and internationally recognized human rights to information. The constitutional principle of democracy provides the foundation for Nigerians' right to know details of spending of public funds. Citizens' right to know promotes openness, transparency, and accountability that is in turn crucial for the country's democratic order. SERAP has taken Governor Wike, Okowa, and others. I don't know why they put Governor Wike's name first, though. Governor Wike.
At least he admitted first that they gave him the money.
But so is that why they're dragging? They put it in first. It's not just they're taking Edo State too. The Delta State by Elsa.
Oh my God.
They now put Governor Nuke's name back. They know the man is attractive, so they put yes.
Definitely the name sells. BBC had interview with him. I understand with him. So if it's a worthy press.
They know his name would draw attention. SERAP sues Wike and Okowa and others over 625 billion naira largest.
But then what I don't like is that the governor doesn't come to the studios in River State to address or answer issues. Why?
It's okay now.
No, anyway, this thing. My governors in River State, they are destroying the industry in this state. It's not only Wike. Is it start with Wike? Why is it that governors in River State they want to hold the interview with the Today FM, with Radio River, and RSTV?
Not to sound like I prefer one over the other. I mean, but I know that at least I know of one who did a lot of radio rounds, and that's the last one. What's his name?
Okay, not campaigning period, not campaigning period. That's what it ought to be.
What's his name? From Amechi.
That's what it ought to be.
Why were you thinking about his name?
I don't know. He's not in the news anymore. He's in the news. So there's only people in the news that remember their names.
He's not a historian, he's a journalist.
You have to ask him what the name of
and
the super minister of transportation.
Former
minister of transportation.
He's not in the news anymore, so I'm sorry.
He should be.
I'm only interested in names like Wike. You know something happened.
He is my idol. Anyway,
I know he is, and I apologize for forgetting his name. I won't forget it again.
Don't do. Otherwise, I lead a one-man protest here,
and that would be terrible. But he did, and I agree with you on that. I think that's one thing that, especially he would know too. NUJ. President who's here, vice president who's here, that at least in River State, that's one of the things that we've had a problem with, having to have the governor have constant access to the governor or have him come around and speak on issues that he likes to do it on his own
public statement should be made in local Port Harcourt based, River State based media houses.
He will call
BBC.
Maybe they are not qualified.
You should qualify them.
All right, let's leave all of that and get to SERAP. SERAP has taken him and several other governors to court. He says, like, you guys got 645 billion naira, and we need to know how you spent it.
Well, good move as usual when it has any connection with SERAP. But I have.
It's not one too many for SERAP now.
No, Annie, I'm coming. At least let me start from somewhere. But I tell you, I've been asking the question. When will SERAP get tired of this kind of thing? Because I don't know if, for instance, you reel out, let's say, 10 suits against whether government or anybody at all. And I have not seen, or heard rather, I may not see, but at least I'll hear, that SERAP won this one against federal government and all that. I say, why is it that we keep on? Because this particular one also they went to court for is very important. These governors in the Niger Delta, what have they used those money, big amount of money, what have they used it for? And nobody is asking that question, even though Governor Wike mentioned it, that yes, such money was released to them. That means himself, perhaps he used them for something good. But other ones, what did they use that money for? But yes, if you use it for something, come out and say it. What's his name? Obaseki. All of them should answer that yes, we use it for this and that. And since nobody is bearing the brunt of saying, let me do this thing, Sarah, as usual, has blessed the trail, taking them to court. What will the court do? Let us now see exactly whenever it will come up.
All right, man, no great thoughts there. Let me get to Pakadokubo.
For me, it is immaterial whether Sarah wins any case or not. What's important is that the issues they have brought to the front burner, are they germane? Are they things that we should be looking at? And for me, after doing that, Sarah should be fulfilled. That's for me their own brand of activism, and we need more and more of that. I keep saying, Sarah, for me, they have not even gotten the level of support and encouragement from the people. Otherwise, when they bring up such issues like this, the people themselves should be able to take it up. Our governors, you received this. In any case, after Wike made that revelation, of course, the thing went around the entire state, rocking a lot of the states, and people started talking. But what has happened? Sarah is saying now, it is not just enough for you to make that revelation. Even you who made the revelation, give account of it. We want to see how much. And for me, that should be the concern of everybody, even in River State. Because this is the people's money. Yesterday, I was watching the governor on their New Year banquet. And much of what he said was that a lot of these projects that he did here and there, they were tied to IGR. Say 1 billion every month, like the Trans-Calabar Road, they said it was 13 billion 1 billion every month from IGR, and it is finished. And he went to others, to Kono, to Bodo Road, Taisakwa Road, and all that. A lot of them, so much of them, he tells me, are tied to IGR. So, what has happened to the allocations, and then this extra one? Where is it? Government should be about transparency. People should not just hear that you are doing. How are you doing it? It's their money and they have a right to know. And I'm not sure that is too much to ask. So, as much as we agree, it's not that we don't see. In River State, yes, we have seen so much of what the governor is doing. Every other day, even, of course, I give it to him. There is scarcely any other state where you see the level of still, you are the twilight of your administration, you are still flagging off projects and they are still commissioning. And he said he will do it until he leaves office. Good. But more than anything, beyond that, I think the people also have a right to know how this money is. I mean, it is their money. How you are spending it. So I'm not sure Sarah is I want to give kudos to Sarah for taking on this, and then whether anything will come out of it or not, I think it depends on us. What Sarah is doing ordinarily, you would expect the state houses of assembly to be doing this, but of course, we all know what it is. You will never get it from there. So our institutions, the people that we elected, have jettisoned, as it were, abandoned their responsibility, and then somebody, a body out there is doing it. I think the least that we can do is to give them the support and give them the encouragement and say, yes, we are aligned with you on this.
All right.
Keep doing what you are doing.
Got your thoughts there? Let me get to Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo.
Yes, maybe I think Pokas somewhat answered what the question the issue man raised. To what end is Sarah's activism? My people have a proverb or all of these tales that the hen says when he's shouting, when the hawk come and takes his chicken and he's shouting, he's not shouting that the stolen chicken will be returned, but let the whole world know. And because this our politician, you know what they will say?
Yeah.
Nobody challenged me. All the things I was doing. I belong to Club 401. We have had to go to court. And I told my members, gentlemen, why we are going to court is not because we expect to win.
Okay.
But because these people will leave office tomorrow. Governor Wike, for instance, will leave office and say, when I built law school in River State, federal government project, nobody challenged me. When I went to Bayelsa and built law school, nobody challenged me. And he's almost getting away with that, but at least there's a record. He went at our legal year this year, he perverted it. He told the judges, you see, I'm taking care of you, but one useless lawyer is challenging me and trying to therefore blackmail me before the judges. And some of the judges are buying into it. One judge asked me, see, you're the one who challenged said the governor shouldn't give us cars. I said, sorry. So he bought into that narrative. But that's the point. If we didn't, these people will say nobody challenged them. So I thank Serap. I actually do wonder how they get resources, because to file matters in federal high court costs money. You must serve people. It costs money. And if we don't have enough Nigerians who are ready to be altruistic to give you for not expecting what they will get. So, but we must do that. We must commend Serap that at least there's a record. You see, Ghani, all the cases Ghani fought in this country, Ghani didn't win up to, let me say 20%. But you know one thing? Nigeria owes a lot of its transformation to Ghani. Nigeria owes the little respect we have for human rights today to Ghani. Nigeria owes the fact that the military is thinking twice, or we think twice, should we come or not, to people like Ghani. So we need them. Just like commend the radio stations. This you are not here now that whatever COJ1 says or Prof or Pakada will change the River State. But at least there's a consciousness that some people are observing certain things. Before now they didn't. And that's why I thank God that they have not even come to shut people down, that you allow people like you want to come and talk. So we shut you down. So Serap is doing a Herculean task, and we thank them. Are they going to win? Well, those judges who see this and maybe fall into all kinds of technicalities, they are facing it. Thank God the Supreme Court has opened the door. Supreme Court has said on public interest matters, individual or group that wants to ask the government to account, because like Supreme Court said, the legislature, Attorney General, the legislature may be like the one we have in River State, who will sit only when the governor says it's the agenda, who will rise when he says it's okay, stop talking. The Attorney General may be too busy to remember that he has some of this responsibility to take. In any case, to some of them, this is man who appointed me. So we need people like Serap. We need them in every local government. But and the judges must wake up. Dr. Obidima and I, Obidima took the matter, bringing River State government to come on account. Why should you take over the revenue earning this of Obia local government?
Yeah.
And you expect the local government to come and be interested in that action. They say no, they can't challenge the organ.
It's all right.
And all the local governments are suffering.
You said it already. We can't challenge the organ.
No, that's their view. So we need individuals who can help them to know that
you should own this right.
Exactly, both the organ and themselves are subject to the law. So we must thank those people whether they win or not.
All right, Dr. C.J. Chigo, thank you. Professor Ken Weke.
Well, I said it, all of them. You see, Sarah, yes, they may not have won so much of the cases that they have entered into against especially governments in Nigeria. But they appear to be the ones that are very consistent in interrogating the system, asking pertinent questions that the fellowship ought to ask. No doubt, set up, nobody should think for them. They are getting funding from outside Nigeria. I get so. And so, because no true Nigerian can fund them. Because, of course, would fund something that would want to attack you? Because all of them are all afraid. They know where their funding is coming from. And of course, if they don't do what they are doing, those fundings cannot come. And so they have sustained this level of accountability They are holding government accountable. And because these are the things that the ordinary citizens of this country ought to be saddled with. But they are not doing so. And we are either clapping hands for this person if I'm, as I say, Amechi is my idol. So everything he does, then it's good. No! If he does one thing that I don't like, and I speak up. Of course, what else? Even if I say it's my idol, does it feed me? No. So, but Nigerians have become so glued to, when they believe one man, nothing you say this word. Even when you go to talk to an average civil servant and all that, who has not earned promotion for God knows how long, he says to you, no be this one starter now. The other one starter. Then this one come build on it and all that. And then the man is suffering, suffering. Rivers people especially, we like suffering. We smile, we suffer, and at the same time we smile and pretend that all is well. Serap is one who has taken the challenge. Whether they are winning in court is not a business. It's about raising the consciousness of Nigerians. They are the trailblazers. They are, helping to tell Nigerians issues or raising these issues that Nigerians should ordinarily begin to follow. But they were not. We are not. See, this issue of derivation. In fact, I vex at the vex. You know why?
Why?
You see, if we could get as much as from derivation, in the spirit of Inyendeba, in the spirit of fairness, equity, and justice, it demands that if you go to Delta State, they have charged with the responsibility of developing the oil producing communities. So if we got this much, if you go from I'm giving you an instance, just an instance, and I speak for the voiceless.
Oh.
If you go from Oyibo end, Oyibo produces oil, but Oyibo is one of the less developed communities in this river state. On the right hand side, you go to the left is Eche, where I come from, Umebulu end to Ibo Eche, 11.6 kilometer. But yet you have 350 oil and gas wells seated on that soil. You can't access the area, and then you get derivation money as much as that, and roads have been flagged up everywhere, and then you can't flag 11.6 kilometers. And then so many communities in the Niger Delta are also, what will local government do? Many communities in the Niger Delta are also suffering the same fate. So if you get derivation money, it demands that at least, if nothing else, you give priority to those oil producing communities first. So I'm hearing of flagging of roads in various parts of the state, but if in 2023, even before our elections, and these states in the Niger Delta are not able to demonstrate how much they have used these monies in developing the oil producing communities, then I go with Serap, because there must be a scorecard. If you got this money from oil exploration and exploitation activities, it is fair for you to at least give priority to those communities. And of course, because the other ones are not producing, does not mean that they don't have the effect of the oil exploration and exploitation activities. Effect. No, I didn't say so. But you must give priority to these communities. If you go to our communities that produce oil, you will weep. You weep. Somebody told me somewhere in Delta, they fly them in and out, and that some of those ones that produce those communities that produce oil, they look like apes. You won't believe it. No access to water, no access to any infrastructure. As I speak to you, my communities here, around Oyibo to Eche, have not seen light for the past 2 years. And yet you tell me that you get derivation money and that you flag up projects here and there, and our people are suffering. So anybody who cares to listen, I am by Serap. Serap, though, may not win the case, but let them continue to educate Nigerians in the areas where people have failed to live up to the expectations. Because I have said that part of our problem, or major part of our problems here in this country, is about political followership. And because we are not able to hold our leaders accountable while in office. So Serap is doing that bid for us. And so we must, as a people, continuously speak for Serap. Even what we are doing in this studio, people don't recognize that these are selfless, efforts that we are all making, including you anchoring this program. And then we are here spending our good times just to advocate for the betterment of the society. So those Niger Delta state governments that have received these amounts of money should be able to show. Our governor said he's been able to do 1, 2, 3 things from the thing. But I am also saying that you should look from Umebulu end to Ibueche and to Eleme Junction, because those communities also produce oil, and from the same money that you are spending in the state, we also contributed.
We got your thoughts. Thank you very much. All right, Emmanuel, you want to say something?
Yeah, Anne, it's not as if I said what Serap is doing is bad. No. But to me, my father always tells me that if you engage in an activity that is very good, but always you don't have support from people. And I think Nigeria is not that because if you bring out the file of all the cases Serap has taken to court, all of them are genuine. But nobody support. I think if not because it's something of maybe a communal affair, maybe from sponsor from outside or so, Serap wouldn't have been able to be doing that always. But right now in Nigeria, where you know that this thing is good, Serap has taken it to court and all that. Every time you go, it ends that way. Every time you go, it ends that way. Now, what if you decide to have done it differently in terms of helping people? Somebody is hungry, you have given this, you give this one to other people who need this and that. But every time you go to court on joining cause, you will not win that case. Is it benefiting Nigeria, or are you wasting those funds? That is the way I look at issues. It's just like somebody who is every time a perpetual presidential flag bearer to any nation, any political party. This year, for election, you will be a presidential candidate. Next year, you will come out, you will be a presidential.
What's wrong with that?
No, nothing is wrong with it, but Annie, I tell you, those monies are being wasted for Emmanuel Ndukwe.
So that means because you went the first time and you failed, you shouldn't go again because you're wasting money.
No, it's too much.
No, Emmanuel.
It's too much.
You continue to try.
Try again. Buhari tried and failed. He tried
several times
and tried again. Today is.
There's a popular one. Abraham Lincoln tried how many times?
So when you are talking about that side, it's better.
Emmanuel is not that side. It's every side. Anywhere you are, as long as there's an ambition, there's a desire.
Buhari, it's only who said I tried here and then he gave up to become treasurer ruler. He should have been trying until to try.
He can still try as a treasurer ruler.
Okay, maybe that may be the ultimate goal. He has gotten that one. The governor went to visit him yesterday. So try again until you succeed. So there's no harm in it.
It's all right. Let them be trying. I'm in that group with Sarah. Let me give an example now. 2004, I brought a national against Nigerian Bar Association. The whole group of what are you doing? But today, one of those people, Nini was in Jack, who were among those saying, TAJ1 are spoiling the bar. He's now among those who have formed Law Society of Nigeria. Because someone had a vision to see where we are going into a ditch. Other people say, no, leave us to go. But now, they have seen it. So, you should commend those who see that and make the sacrifice like Sarah. They may be helping us. This country would have gone under. There are those who are driving us to the ditch with so much passion. In short, Usain doesn't run as far as they do, but they are running to us into a ditch. People like Sarah hold them. Gani for him, hold them. They may even suffer reprisals as we do suffer, but we were happy that we stopped these people because they would have run us mad.
All right. As we wrap up, this is the last story, and it says world events that affected Nigeria in 2022 is the last story we're taking from the papers. World events that affected Nigeria in 2022. The world recorded some events that would go down in history as highlights of a memorable year 2022. Some of those events indirectly affected Nigerians negatively, as shared below. The Russian-Ukraine war. The world woke up to a war in Europe when Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, as President Vladimir Putin sent troops into the former USSR nation. The West imposed sanctions on Moscow and sent billions of dollars in aid to Ukraine, but Russian forces captured most of Ukraine's Black Sea coastline, including Mariupol. As Nigeria depends on Russia, Ukraine, and other Black Sea countries for wheat imports, the war between the two countries had caused a surge in wheat prices, which still affects the production of bread and confectionaries. The invasion of Ukraine and consequent sanctions on Russia also created an energy crisis of a large scale unseen in half a century, with prices of gas and electricity soaring globally. As the world persists, the West placed an oil embargo on Russia. The European Union and other members of the G8, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and Japan also agreed to cap the price of Russian crude oil at $60 per barrel. This has skyrocketed global oil prices, resulting in inflation, and Nigeria is not spared. Diesel, a major part of powering industrial and commercial activities of the country, has been affected as prices soared. Before the war, the price of a litre of diesel in Nigeria was 288 naira. It has now increased to over 800 naira today. Sunak's emergence as British Prime Minister and migration policy. Rishi Sunak emerged as the British Prime Minister on October 25th and rolled out some new policies to help his government and entire country. In one of the policies, Sunak said new laws will be introduced to curb migration. One of them was the policy that will prevent foreign students, Nigerians inclusive, from taking low-quality degrees. He said this following the earlier complaints by the UK Home Secretary Sula Berverman that foreign students are bringing in family members who can piggy bank on their student visas. Sunak also said the country would legislate laws that will tackle illegal immigration into the UK. Nigerians have reacted to this, knowing that they are affected, and it will be a checkmate on their exodus to the UK. The country has been experiencing a brain drain, especially as medical practitioners and university lecturers, who are always at loggerheads with the federal government over remuneration and welfare packages, led the exodus. Nigerians are moving abroad. Climate change and flooding. Climate change is ravaging the world, and Nigeria had its fair share when more than 30 states were affected by floods in September. The West has been the major cause of releasing industrial fumes into the atmosphere, but underdeveloped countries are bearing the brunt. In mid-September, the floods placed over 1.4 million people and killed over 600 persons as Bayelsa, Rivers, Delta, Edo, Lagos, Kano, Kogi, Adamawa, Jigawa, Benue, and Borno were the states most affected. FIFA World Cup in Qatar. This year's World Cup was in Qatar, the first in the Middle East, as 32 countries battled for the prestigious trophy between November 20th and December 18th. The tournament was enjoyed by millions of people around the world, as well as boosting the Qatari economy, and all participating countries received money from FIFA. Despite that, a lot of Nigerians celebrated Lionel Messi for winning the World Cup with Argentina at the competition. The most populous African nation made no economic gains. Nigeria lost financially for not qualifying for the tournament, because at least if Super Eagles qualified and were eliminated at the group stage, they would have received $9 million, which is 4 billion naira from FIFA. This is the whooping amount of money Qatar, Ecuador, Wales, Iran, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Denmark, Tunisia, Canada, Belgium, Germany, Costa Rica, Serbia, Cameroon, Ghana, and Uruguay got. Also, Nigeria dropped in the latest FIFA ranking to its absence in Qatar. It plummeted from 32nd to 35th in the world and fell from 4th to 5th in Africa. All right, so this is some of the things that affected Nigeria. I just want to quickly look, what could we have done here to mitigate how much of this affected us, especially when we're looking at the war in Ukraine, we're looking at climate change, and also the mentioned the World Cup. What could we have done that might have helped us a bit, at least concerning these issues?
Well, as for war in Ukraine, I don't think we could have done much to mitigate exactly maybe the effect of the war.
We could have had our own refineries.
No, that one is more or less very important that if we have visionary leaders, they would have established that, knowing the importance of that. But that side seems not to be very much in their books for them to do it. But you see, in terms of climate change, I think that like we have the NIMET, maybe in this January they will also forecast for this 2023 what flood will do and all that. But after that, it ends there. We'll be looking at each other's face. Nothing will happen until, there are certain things that are away from one's control, and this flood or this natural disaster seem to be one of them. Once they come, there's nothing you can do at that time they've started to stop them. And at that time, we start crying to federal government cries to states. We start blame games like, no, why didn't you do this? In fact, we forecasted it since. What I'm saying is that if at the time, as it starts from that particular new year, they give us the forecast, government, states and federal will do the right thing they should do. The needful are attended to. I tell you, Annie, will lessen the devastation that these things will come later and cause. Because they must come. There's no year they forecasted the serious effect of them that they didn't come, at least half of it. But we'll always look at it to happen, and then we'll add it into the archives that yes, every year this thing happened. But what I'm asking is, what does government, federal and states do? That side, in terms of climate change, I think if we had made preparations, adequate preparations and requisite ones, we would have been able to curtail the problems that these things have been pouring on Nigeria. I think that's the only side I know. But there are certain things we cannot attend to, Annie, because we are humans.
Well, not so much away from that, because can only add to it. Yes, there are certain of these things that are out of our hands, but then like you said, if we had a better management of our affairs, leaders probably who have been we have, for certain of these things, we are still even facing them. At the moment now, you hear one or two fire outbreaks here and there, and then it is the same thing. Fire service, there will be no water, there will be no nothing, and yet the kunkum of fire service is there, and all of them are just there. So those kind of things that, I mean, we have a government and yet we are not prepared for anything at all. Any eventuality, no. And yet it's not as if the money is not there. We see our people junketing everywhere, using the money anyhow. Earlier I talked about patriotism. Now even the clothes they wear, you don't show that they are Nigerians. Everything about them have changed. And so those kind of things we will continue to see. So if only we had been more responsible, if only we had been more feeling that probably this is our decision, we need to also. These things did not affect only us, but it appears like we suffered the brunt. I mean, the effect of it the most. It shouldn't be so. Others were quickly able to just adjust, and then, like you mentioned, refineries. What about our own agricultural sector? Have we been able to develop it to a point where we can say, well, if any shocks come, we'll be able to adjust? Now, fuel situation, what is it? They say we have, it is there, we have reserve that we can use for 30 days. And yet fuel is selling for this much. So what is the problem? It's irresponsibility on the part of our leaders. So that is there. The most that we could have actually done something about, for me, is the issue of the World Cup. That was within our hands. It was very much in our own hands.
We didn't qualify.
Why did we not qualify? Because we were not prepared.
Exactly. It's preparedness, not the bane of any of all these issues we've mentioned.
Like I said,
with the Ukraine war, if we had prepared and had our refineries, as much as it will affect us, it will be very little. With the issue of climate change, if we had prepared, because like Emmanuel mentioned, NIMET comes up every time and say, if we had prepared, we won't have had this large scale as it did. The same thing with the World Cup. We'll have prepared. I mean, there are several countries who prepared that didn't make it, right?
No,
but in our case, it is even worse because we know we were not even adequately prepared.
Okay, you want to qualify it with adequate. So for the World Cup, for me, it's the one that is that was quite in our hands. It's not a natural thing. This is something that we couldn't really get our acts together to qualify, because those who qualified are a lot of countries that we ordinarily are much better off than when it comes to. We have the talents, we have everything, but again, our bane issue of leadership, and then we couldn't get our acts right, and then we lost it. So going forward, these 4 years, you will see us the same thing, and when the time comes, we start looking for this thing. It's unfortunate that way.
All right, what are your thoughts there? Let's move on now to Dr. C.J. Chinwo.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's all preparedness or planlessness. That is what the only reason why nations.
And I think you said something earlier on about visionless, right?
Yeah, lack of vision. Nations somehow in international diplomacy somehow take advantage of the misfortunes of other nations. Not that they will have caused it, but if it happens, they take advantage. But Nigeria is about one of the countries that the very thing that should have made us see an improvement or some positive become the worst negative. Just yesterday, my son went to buy fuel for me. 3,000 naira bought only 8.5 liters at 350. Who would have believed that? In this country. And that was, it may be better than today, because this day we now enter filling station anytime, as you go, pay as you go, buy as you see station, if you have the money. So with this nation, there is a filling station, a refinery at Deleme, 2, worry, but still where we are. This nation have people who maybe would have invested, others, but we refuse to even give them license to do that. Now, finally, we're waiting for Dangote. They thought Dangote will come and then give us for free. We are not prepared. As a matter of fact, the ones we have attained to before were undeserved, but somehow we attained to it. Just like when you talk about the World Cup now. I was saying earlier, I think I said it earlier, I was somewhere. That thank God we didn't qualify. Would have been embarrassed this year. Would have been embarrassed horribly. See, and you don't prepare for World Cup for 4 years. Nations will see children, some serious nations now have started preparing for
the next tournament.
30-36 World Cup, 2036 World Cup. Serious nations have started preparing. And they begin to grade them. These are the ones who will play under 15, under 17, under 20. These are the ones who will mature by that time to play World Cup. See, yesterday, the other day, Nigeria for interim management of football league. You know what they said? We are now going to have a bridge league.
Yes, this will be an abridged.
Which nation does a bridge league? You want to compete with other people who are even playing 38 matches in the season? England, they play about 4 different cups. But you do a bridge league.
They don't have funds.
You don't have to, if you had vision, fund wouldn't have been issue. There were years ago when people used to rush to go to stadium to watch sharks, to watch dolphin. They were paying, They were paying. I remember then where DSS is now is where we used to have temporary stadium. From UST, we hear sharks is playing match. We will struggle and raise the little money we have to go there from UST to go and watch match and pay. But today there is the KMS Stadium, there is a Stadium. Nobody's going. And the government has not asked itself why. Instead, like Rivers State, I keep saying that our governor would have built an academy for Rivers United. He built for Real Madrid. And you expect us to compete with Spain? So the whole thing, if we had agricultural farms where we are producing, and are we going to, wouldn't have suffering, will bread have gone to where it is because there is wheat? Ukraine, I don't think it is as big as Nigeria. But Ukraine has produced, even in spite of the war, Ukraine is still supplying us food. Africa is a pathetic case, but Nigeria is the worst. Nigeria is the worst. You know why it was? Because there are some African countries when you look at the environment, you can almost sympathize with them. But this is a country where everything. Somebody was telling me that day, he returned from abroad. He said, a foreigner followed him to Nigeria. He said, you will plant a lot. He said, what? All these trees. The man laughed. He said, look, these are our natural we didn't plant nothing. So there was no effort. But look at us. We are poor. we are in misery. So how do we expect to be globally? God is sure when there was a story. What's this man? Ato Fola Wari, Fola Ato Wari in Lagos. He wrote a book, The Diary of Man Friday, and he said some people went to heaven, and they asked God, you're unfair, you're unjust. He's God said, why? He said, the countries we came from, there is natural disaster, there is this, there is this, but there's one country where there's no natural disaster, no problem. He said, which country? Nigeria. Another person said, so God, we are so unfair. In our country, it didn't give natural resources, give all this, but Nigeria, you feel them. And God looked at them and said, well, have you seen the people? That is the disaster. Our people have become the disaster. Government and the people. But how do we get out of this? I don't know. But thank God we have a prof here. Me and advocating education can help us. But unfortunately, those who are leading us today are Boko Haram. They don't, from state to national, they don't like education.
Professor Ken Weke, let's get over to you now.
I've said our problem is ourselves. And I keep saying it. And we have started again. And then we have started again by thinking that the whole of our destinies as a people are just around one set of political leaders. And the answer is no. It's not true. People have their time now. They have access to the media, they have access to the world. They are on the stage, they are dancing and people are watching. It's small time now, that will be over. And then nobody mentions about, I remember you saying that a whole person, you don't remember the name because it's no longer in vogue. But we will know someday. So it means that people.
Prof, is he coming back?
I don't know. I say we will know one day who coming back. I don't know say anybody's coming back. But I'm only saying that people don't realize that. I mean, you think that you are dancing now, people are watching and clapping hands and all that. We are the architect of our problem. Why will people not leave? I told people that, look, when UK opened their doors and then the flog, every Nigerian wants to go to the UK to settle. Do you know how many Nigerians that have gone to UK to study and to settle and all that? Because, of course, there is nothing. Even as a teacher that I am, if you compare, if I go and do labor in UK, the money is bigger than what I take on a monthly basis. If I do labor in UK. So which one? The one I'm doing here, is it not labor? Is all labor equal to the same thing? So people have the tendency to move out in order to look for greener, what they call greener pasture. At least they will go out, come back, and they won't have anybody to harass them. Imagine I went to a village in the last 24 hours that somebody on a New Year day and all that in the middle of the night or something went into a store just to pack drinks, got done this, that. Imagine that kind of thing. And then that people are cutting plantains in the village, cutting plantains and selling. You don't understand. The poverty is on the increase, and yet these some people, I'll see them on election day. I told them, I said, my people, I will see you, I will look at your faces on election day and see how you vote. And let me understand whether, the pattern of the voting pattern that will, I need to study the voting pattern after the 2023 general elections. Right. And then so that I'll be able to reconcile the level of suffering of our people, whether we've been able to demonstrate our anger on those who have kept us here. Because if we are unable to do so, that means that our next name is suffering in capital letter.
All right. We got you there, Professor Ken. Okay. Political analyst and professor of politics and governance. And I'll open the phone lines now. I was thinking I'll be able to have access to the WhatsApp platform, but unfortunately I can't. So we'll do this strictly with our Facebook page and the phone line. So I'll continue to read some of your comments that you've shared with us on the newspaper review post on our Facebook page, Today95.1 FM. Then I'll also take phone calls. Now, you can react to any of the stories that we took this morning. And the numbers to dial are 0810-9510951 or 0817-000951. Those are the numbers for you to dial to get through to us here. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. And you're calling the studio there.
What's your name?
My name is Carlo, calling from Port Harcourt.
Carlo, good to have you. Go ahead.
Okay, owing to the last topic on this course, I think I will quote an unpopular person in the place of Nnamdi Kanu. He said the problem of a black man is his brain. You will see people who call this your studio now and be campaigning and calling support for APC, even though I'm not against or I'm not a partisan person. But they are seeing what people are passing through. Look at what everybody is complaining about. You can't get food. You ordinary rice after you say that we are cultivating in Nigeria. Even the foreign one, you can't get it. The local ones, we can't get it. Everything in the market. Now, ordinary paste is 1,000 naira. Is a matches box is 20 naira. A razor is 15 naira. But you see people, that is to tell you the black man has a problem in his brain. That is all I have to say. But you see them. At the end of the day, we start saying we should pray and do other things. But all of us will suffer it. Thank you.
All right, Carlo, we got your thoughts on that. Today 95.1 FM, good morning. Hello? Hi, Gift. That sounds like your voice, but then the network is not. I don't know where you moved to. You moved to a spot in Bayelsa that doesn't allow you proper network access.
The network is so bad here for now. I don't understand. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can't hear you now.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Same to you, Gift. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year to all the guests in the studio and especially Obama. Good morning.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, let me address some issues here. I enjoyed myself this morning, but I want to address Professor Wiki concerning the particular word he used that the former governor is his idol. And if you listen to him carefully, where he's tilting to, you understand. Even with the last comment he just made. As far as I'm concerned, I want to find out from him. When the former governor was the governor of Rivers State, his idol, how much was his salary as a lecturer? Number one question. Then outside from that, how many projects was delivered in his local government?
What has that got to do with any of the stories from the papers?
The reason why I'm saying this, you will not even understand, but you understand where I'm coming from.
No, I don't want to understand anything else apart from the issues of the papers. Anything outside that, I don't want to understand.
The papers, the last comment he made, and from the beginning, each time he's talking, when he's even talking about the federal government, what you will hear at the end of the day is about Wike. That is why I'm coming from that same angle to ask him this simple question, because as far as I'm concerned, what the present government has done to a show local government cannot be compared to his idol, which is the former governor of Rivers State. If I don't put it right like this, time to time he has been doing this. That is why I'm saying this clearly. We are not psychophants. We know where we are coming from. Don't come to the air to deceive people as if the person that is your guy has done half of half compared to what Wike is doing, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you very much. I really don't see the need for that conversation. Professor Wike has a right to choose an idol.
And Gift has
Gift idol. Obviously, Gift has his own idol.
The present idol.
And I don't know who the present idol is. These are idols.
People should know that idol worship.
Run to Bayelsa to stay, and then he talks from Bayelsa from the creek where we are not hearing him and all that.
He has no idol.
He has no idol.
He has an idol,
and then his idol is also here.
He has an idol.
Gift, mind your business. So I have a right to any idol I want to idol.
Hello, good morning. Good. Please go ahead.
Yeah. A blessed, prosperous, and glorious New Year to you, Chief
and the guests in the studio. This is Mr. Fan living in Nigeria, like Barrister Chiwo. Yeah. I mean, you see, looking at the role Obasanjo played during the war, Biafra war, I felt that time he meant very well for Nigeria. But in these last days or these latter days, I think Obasanjo don't mean well for Nigeria again. The way he comes up and do things very wrongly. Now he endorsed, after calling Atiku, he even wrote a book in 2006 to 2007 election. Atiku too was calling him thief anyway. I don't want to ask him about the 16 billion and what have you and the things Atiku was saying. He came, he endorsed Buhari. Since he could not control Buhari in 2015, 2019, the same thief he claimed Atiku was so much thief. He came 2019 and endorsed Atiku. Now he didn't mean well for Nigeria. It don't matter. As long as he and Buhari are swallowed apart, let the thief come and finally steal the people and the whole thing in Nigeria. He said he endorsed.
All right then.
But now again, he has come up. He has seen Obi to be one of his puppets where he will be controlling, and now he believes that this is the man that Nigeria should vote. I think Obasanjo does not mean well for Nigeria. So these things he's coming up to do, I think it's not proper.
All right, we got your thoughts. We got your thoughts. Thank you. I've got to let you go though. Like you said earlier on, Obasanjo is one person who has occupied a very sensitive position. He has insight into operations going on here. So I mean, even if he endorses somebody, you want to listen to him. You might not go along with that person, but I think you must give him that credit that being in that position before, and having the kind of grounds he's had in the political party he has been, that it is enough reason to listen to him when he says, I've seen something about this person that makes him worthy of the job. It doesn't mean you have to go with that person. There's a reason you have your own head. You think too. You go through all the details and decide for yourself finally. But we've got to go. I don't have much time again. I just realized that we have a commercial that comes up and takes up the rest of the minutes that we have on this club. So we've got to go. But before then, somebody else reached out to me and offered another 10,000 naira to one of the people who he particularly wanted me to send the 10,000 to the widow who had the roof removed, right? I think that's the one that you want me to send the 10,000 naira to. You said I should please keep you anonymous, and I have done so. So I'm still going to reach out to that lady. Apart from the person who says you should contact him, he wants to do something about your living condition. There's also an extra 10,000 to you, and there's a 10,000 naira for the man with the keke who hasn't fixed it, and then there's a 10,000 naira to the lady who is struggling and her father is in the mortuary and she's looking for what to do. So those are the people we're able to reach out today. For the rest of us, we're hoping that you have an amazing 2023 ahead of you and that your struggles will end up in joy. Opaka Dokubo, Vice President, NUJ Zone F, thank you so much for coming on the show this morning. All right, Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, Legal Practitioner, Secretary, Rivers State Elders, Labour Party, Rivers State Elders Council, Public Affairs Analyst and Legal Analyst living in Nigeria. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure. I will keep coming.
Professor Ken Weke, Political Analyst and Professor of Politics and Governance at the Ignatius Azure University of Education, Rumo Limini, Port Harcourt. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Amechi remains my idol.
Well, I think Serap should continue in his efforts. Let's see if corruption in Nigeria, whether government or individual level, could be reduced.
All right, in this way we wrap it up. Thank you so much.
It's never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is On The Go with Peak Yogurt. On The Go with Peak Yogurt. Welcome.
Happy holidays! I am so gassed up and pumped up. There is something about the holidays, right? It makes you so happy, so relaxed, especially when you're spending with friends and family. And in my opinion, one of the best ways to spend the holidays with your friends and family is by sharing food and drinks. And that's why you need Peak Yogurt in your house. Shout out to Peak Hugo for putting together this amazing show called On The Go. My name is Melody. I'm back. Let's have some fun. So on this show, I will share with you stories, nuggets, tips, and information that will help you get to your peak, crush your goals, and also achieve more while enjoying what life has to offer. I've got 3 amazing segments on this show. The first one is Stay Healthy, the second is Do More, and the third one is Word on the Go. Let's take a break, get refreshed, relax, and energized, and when we come back, I'll give you all the gist, okay? Make sure you have your Peak Yogurt right beside you as we go on this journey.
Studying, working, spending time with family, or just having your fun time? We've got you covered on The Go with Peak Yogurt. Welcome.
This show is called On The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt, a deliciously rich and creamy drinking yogurt that is made from fresh cow milk and is also enriched with vitamins and minerals. It comes in plain sweetened and strawberry flavor, which is packaged in a Tetra Pak for your nutrition and satisfaction. Now, quick word from our sponsors, and we get into all the gist and all the scoop.
On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
Hey, Omo, see package. This is what I call full house.
Yes, sir, that's me. I full.
Huh? Who's talking about you? I'm talking about this Peak Yogurt Drink Full House Pack in your hand.
Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House Pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Share and enjoy full house goodness filled with essential vitamins and minerals. Peak. Reach for your peak.
On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
And we're back to On The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt. Remember, if you want to go far and go fast, then you have to go with Peak Yogurt. It is time for the Stay Healthy part of the show. Now, it's the holiday season, okay? And we have a lot to drink, a lot to eat, but it's also very important for us to be on top of our health and fitness this holiday season, okay? Why not try some of these top tips to help you form positive lifestyle habits and stay healthy? Just because it's the holidays don't mean that you have to eat anyhow. The calories will stay with you even after the holidays, so be careful. Now, challenge yourself to try one of these tips to stay healthy this festive season.
Stay healthy. Achieve your goals and dreams. Nutritional and exercise tips. Stay healthy.
The first one, lift weights. Now, you don't have to go to the gym to boost your strength. Look online for bodyweight exercise tutorials that require no equipment at all. You can also use your household objects as makeshift weights, from a tin of beans to a bucket of water. At number 2, wash your hands. You might be tired of hearing it or think it's so irrelevant right now, but washing your hands is an excellent way to stay off infection and food poisoning. Now, the third one, get 8 hours of sleep. I know it's becoming difficult for us to do that as adults, but it's still important. A good night's sleep is crucial to feeling your best. Now, most people need a minimum of 8 hours of quality sleep, so make sure you have a set bedtime and stick to it while you party hard this season. And number 4, do things you enjoy. Whether it's baking, whether it's painting, or watching your favorite TV show, just do something you enjoy. Find time for it, okay? You're listening to On The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt. Another quick break. Before we go, remember, get yourself the full house pack of Peak Yogurt and share with your friends and family. And also, this one is important. Follow us across all social media platforms. I mean, Instagram and Twitter at Peak Yogurt.
On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
Hey, Omo, see package. This is what I call full house.
Yes, sir, that's me. I full.
Huh? Who's talking about you? I'm talking about this Peak Yogurt Drink Full House Pack in your hand.
Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House Pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Share and enjoy full house goodness filled with essential vitamins and minerals. Peak. Reach for your peak.
On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
Welcome back. You're still on The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt. It is time for the Do More part of the show. Now, for this segment, I will share with you tips on how you can do more and be super productive on your journey to the top, or better still, your journey to the peak. Now, for today on Do More, I'll talk about productive things you can do at home so you won't be bored, or better still, when you're bored. As you spend a ton of time at home this festive season before work resumes fully in January. I know some people are not looking forward to that, but money has to be made. Now, let's try to do some fun things at the house, okay?
This is Do More. Stay extra productive. Excel in what you do on the go.
Here are 3 fun and productive things you can do at home in your free time. First one, organize your workplace. Organize. We organize. It is much easier to be productive when your working area is clean and welcoming. In fact, your workplace is one of the main factors that directly affect your productivity at home. Now get rid of all that clutter. Organize your desk. If you can find time to party with Ashake, you can organize your desk. And also find a specific place for every item. Depending on your field of expertise, create a workspace that inspires you and makes it easy to jump right into the workflow. Number 2, plan for next year. Don't wait till January 1st or December 31st. Start planning now. When you have spare time, why not plan your life for the next year, month, or quarter? If that sounds too much, maybe start with a week. A good planner is a good way to start. This gives you a clear path to follow. Now think about every aspect of your life, from relationships to healthy habits, work, study, and creative projects. For each one, define your current point and where you want to go or what you want to change. Write it all down somewhere and define actionable steps and start consciously moving your life in the right direction. And number 3, create or update your vision board. What do you want from life? What are your biggest dreams, your desires, your secret dreams for the new year? If you could have everything you wished for, what would you ask for? Even if it seems very unreal right now, or impossible to get, or very, very far away, just write everything down in a form of bucket list or create a vision board. If you already have one, maybe just review the vision board and add anything you want to add to it. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you that you can stay at home and have some fun or do fun things. All right, on the go with Peak Yogurt.
Studying, working, spending time with family, or just having your fun time? We've got you covered on the go with Peak Yogurt. Welcome.
It is time for the fun part of On The Go. Now for today, I'll be telling you some top trending Nigerian movies you should watch with your family and friends this festive season while you're enjoying your Peak Yogurt Full House Pack. Now there is more to share with friends and family when you buy the Full House Pack. Let's go straight to the movies. The first one, Battle on Bukka Street. Man, this one was produced by Funke Akindele. This movie is a chronicle of a food challenge between 2 women fighting over the best local food seller title, the King of Bukka Street. The cast includes Femi Jacobs, Inke Mowo, Mercy Johnson, Kelvin Ikeduba, Bimbo Ademoye, and the movie's co-director, Toby Makinde. Battle on Bukka Street is a perfect film to wrap up 2022. Every scene, gbas, enjoyable, and I love it. So go check it out, okay? And number 2 is Far From Home. This one is currently trending on Netflix right now and is one of the most talked about on Twitter. Now, the movie revolves around students at the Wilmer Academy and it's a limited series with top Nollywood stars like RMD, Funke Akindele, Adesowa Itomi, Bolanle Ninolowo, Bimbo Akitola, and a lot of other people. This one is super recommended. From the story to acting, cinematography, it's a complete package if you ask me. At number 3 is Ijakumo, the born-again stripper. This one was produced by Tony Abraham and written by Kehinde Joseph. It's a thriller that follows the daughter of a powerful spiritualist who is hell-bent on destroying the life of her former lover, a renowned pastor of a mega church who jilted her and left her to die. Now she partners with a stripper and choir leader to do this. The movie was led by Tony Abraham and the cast includes Kolawole Ajayemi, Kule Remi, Lillian Afigbaye, Olumide Oworo, and Esodike. It's a good movie. You should watch it. Kule Remi de Aksha. Waiting happen. And that's all I have for you today on the fun stuff. Now, while you're trying to achieve your goals, remember, start your weekend fresh with a pack of Peak Yogurt. It is time to pay some bills, but don't forget, follow us across all social media platforms on Instagram and Twitter, I meant to say, at Peak Yogurt. It's a fun community. You'll love it.
On the go with Peak Yogurt.
Hey, Omo! See package! This is what I call full house.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Huh? Who's talking about you? I'm talking about this Peak Yogurt Drink Full House Pack in your hand.
Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House Pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Share and enjoy full house goodness filled with essential vitamins and minerals. Peak. Reach for your peak.
On the go with Peak Yogurt.
Finally, it is time to wrap up the show today with Word on the Go. Now, this is where I share with you inspiring quotes. This one is to motivate and inspire you. Now, whether you're starting out, whether you're leading, or you're taking tentative steps to grow and reach your peak, the journey to success is super long. And that's why sometimes you need a pat on the back, someone to remind you that it's okay. And that's what I'm here to do.
Word on the go. Stay propelled. Pursue your dreams. Word on the go.
On Word on the Go today, I will share with you a quote from Estee Lauder. She's the founder of the company that bears her name, a visionary and a role model. Now, she was a challenger who proved that anything is possible if you dare to dream it and had the guts to go for it. Now, this is what she said. I didn't get here by wishing for it, but by working for it. She started her business with 4 skincare products and a simple premise that every woman can be beautiful. Armed with that philosophy, plus perseverance, she changed the face of the cosmetics industry. And she took the gifts with purchase idea to new heights. Today, the company engages with women in more than 150 countries and territories and at dozens of touch points. If you're a skincare girl, you'd absolutely know this woman. Now, never forget, your dreams are valid and your goals are achievable. And that's all I have for you today on The Go with PQ Guts. It's been incredibly exciting. I hope your holiday is going well. I hope you're well rested. I hope you're relaxing with your friends and family. And I just generally hope you're enjoying yourself, okay? Make sure you do all of this while you're sipping on your PQ Guts. My name is Melody. I'll catch you on the next one. Bye-bye. Mwah.
On the go with Peak Yogurt. On the go with Peak Yogurt. We'll be back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon, a fantastic afternoon to you. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the second day in the month of January 2023. Happy New Year. In the headlines, INEC vows to take action against staff that collect money to issue PVCs. APC Presidential Campaign Council dismisses Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of presidential candidate of Labour Party. Rivers APC calls on Rivers people to remain hopeful about prosperity in 2023. On the foreign scene, thousands of people wait to pay last respects to former Pope Benedict XVI at his lying in state in Vatican. I am Lucky Maxwell. Now the details. The Independent National Electoral Commission says it was yet to receive any report about its staff collecting money before issuing permanent voter cards to the owners. INEC National Commissioner in charge of voter education, Festus Okoye, who was speaking on a live television program, said anyone who has such report should report to the commission through the electoral officers and the resident electoral commission. Okoye said the commission will not fail to take decisive action against any staff that engages in unethical behavior.
In terms of some of the allegations that some of our officers are collecting money before collection, we don't have such report. And if anyone has such report, the person should make the report available or should make the report to the electoral officer of the local government or even to the resident electoral commissioner. And then we are going to take decisive action against any of our staff who engages on any action that is unethical. I think there are two issues involved in this particular process. The first issue is that when you want to go and collect your PVC, you must go to our officers with the slip that was issued to you at the point of registration. If you have lost that slip, you must go to them with identifiable identity card, either a national driver's license or any other identification that is acceptable to some of our officers.
The INEC National Commissioner also explained that those buying out PVCs are embarking on exercise in futility because data registered voters are domiciled in the BVAS and not the PVC.
In terms of those who are harvesting the voter identification number of persons who registered, I think it's just an exercise in futility. Why are you harvesting and buying off voter identification numbers when those voter identification numbers we are published in our local government areas and in our registration areas when we display the voters register for claims and objections? Those voter identification numbers are there. So those who are buying off people's voter identification numbers are just engaged in an exercise in futility. Secondly, we have made it very clear to Nigerians that this commission will deploy the beavers for voter accreditation and authentication. And the data of every registered voter in Nigeria per polling unit is domiciled in the beavers. It's not domiciled in the permanent voters card.
Spokesperson of the Tinubu Shatima Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Kayamo, says former President Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi will not affect his principal. Obasanjo formally endorsed Obi for the February 25 election, saying that the former Anambra State governor has an edge over other candidates. But Kayamo has waved up the development, maintaining that Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress will not be impacted. According to the APC-PCC spokesperson, Obasanjo's action proves that, as Atiku's former boss, he does not think that the PDP candidate deserves to be president this time around. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a Brazil returnee, Agbasi Prosper, with 105 parcels of cocaine concealed in candies at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos State on Christmas Day. The suspect was arrested at the de-arrival hall of the airport during inward clearance of passengers from Sao Paulo, Brazil via Doha on Qatar Airways on Monday, December 25, 2022, following credible intelligence. According to a statement by the NDLEA's spokesperson, Femi Babafemi, an initial search of the suspect to checked-in bags almost made him a free man, as there was nothing incriminating found there until the NDLEA officers took a second look at the duty-free shopping nylon bags containing packs of candies he was holding in his hands. Babafemi noted that a thorough examination of the duty-free shopping bags revealed the packs of candies inside were actually used to conceal 105 parcels of cocaine weighing 2.8 kilograms and 43 grams of cannabis. It said a preliminary test conducted on a plastic bottle of body lotion also found in possession of the suspect also tested positive to cocaine with a total weight of 472 grams. Married to a Brazilian lady with her daughter, Prosper, who claimed to be in the clothing business in Brazil, was hoping to sell the drug in Enugu, his state. And while 3 other traffickers were arrested by operatives with a total of 256 kilograms of illicit substances seized from them during interdiction operations in Kwara, Kogi, and Niger states in the past week. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has officially endorsed the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, as his candidate for the 2023 election. Obasanjo said this in his New Year message made available to newsmen yesterday. According to Obasanjo, Obi was the edge over every other candidate in the race, saying he has people to call him to order when there is need for that. The All Progressives Congress in Rivers State says its victory in the 2023 will attract economic prosperity to the state and beyond. The APC, in a New Year message, urged members of the party, all Nigerians, especially Rivers people, to remain optimistic in the survival of democracy in the country. The State Publicity Secretary of APC, Darlington Mojo, urged Rivers people to look up to the APC to provide the much-needed leadership for the survival of the state. Mojo said the call became necessary because the state government has not done much in key economic indicator areas that could position the state as a sub-national with innate strength to survive with zero debt portfolio.
Given the fact that the outgoing government has not done much in key economic indicator areas that could position the state as a sub-national with innate strength to survive with zero debt portfolio, the APC in Rivers State has rolled out a robust plan on how to ensure the economic prosperity of Rivers people, and our party is prepared, if given the chance, to rebuild the key sectors in our state's economy that can place us on the path of prosperity through robust engagement of our youths in skills and entrepreneurship development, which will catalyze their sense of industry and exponentially increase our state's earnings in terms of IGR, and of course reduce the catastrophic unemployment index.
The Rivers State Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps now ranks 5th in the country from its previous position of above 30 in the past 2 years as at 2022. The state commander of the FRSC, Corps Commander Salisu Galadunji, who spoke to newsmen during the command's end of the year get-together, said it took dedication of the command to achieve the feat. Galadunji said although there has been progress, the Rivers State Command of the FRSC seeks to be ranked number 1 ahead of other states leading on the table.
I came at the time that this my command, when you take the general assessment of 37 sector commands, it's almost on the 30-something position in terms of general assessment of everything. We are moving our assessment, our grade has been moving to 28. I was not satisfied. Now this year when we enter, we buckle up. I say no, we must get it right and all those things. So the last month I went for a meeting in Abuja. On the reading the scorecard, I now found myself in the 5th position out of 37. They are the field workers, but I'm the one that is engineering this thing. I'm very so happy. I'm not certified even at that field position. When I came back, I told them, be it Lagos, be it Kano, whoever is beating us, we must get it. I always say we must get it because doing the right thing. Even if you check our record, you see that we are the lowest in terms of road traffic crash, the lowest Rivers State.
The Rivers State Commander of the FRSC added that more than 15,000 arrests were carried out for traffic violations in 2022. Galadunji also said although there are allegations of sharp practices by its marshals, 500 persons were arrested for trying to bribe their way out of their crimes.
In terms of the enforcement aspect of it, we have recorded more than 15,000 arrests of various traffic rules and regulations. We have recorded more than 1,000 offences that we call critical offences. That's ranging from overload, overspeeding. So on those offences that we seem to be attributable to the positive factors of road traffic crash. And we have recorded, like I said, people that attempt to corrupt our staff. The staff resisted that corruption. We have recorded more than 500 in there. Nobody has recorded that kind. So people that are outside there, they're always saying, hey, the men are collecting, but yes, we agree, but there are a lot of them that are corrupt free, that they don't collect the money. And that's why if you offer them the money, they will book you, they will collect the money, you have lost the money. In some cases, we'll take you to court.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
SDP na the party where we go vote to 2023. Everybody forward the march. Oh, now the people, now who we go vote to? Magnus Sade. Have a name be the money. Magnus Sade. River State go there keep him bow. Magnus Sade. Magnus Sade, now him we go vote to. Magnus Sade. Oh yes. Reverse people, if we want something different, we must do what we never do before. Social Democratic Party, alias SDP, we get the white horse. Don't come to make Rivers State better. Senator Magnus Ngei Abe, na experience, sincere and committed leader. No wonder where him get genuine supporters all over we state. My dear Rivers people, this now our opportunity to do something new and move Rivers State forward. Vote for the Social Democratic Party, alias SDP, and vote Senator Magnus Ngei Abe for governor of Rivers State come 2023. Magnus Abe na him we go vote to. Magnus Abe.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now the rest of the news. Human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called on the federal government to check passengers from China of their COVID-19 status. Falana, in a statement, advised the government not to wait till the country's healthcare system was overwhelmed before taking necessary actions. He said, it is public knowledge that there has been a COVID-19 surge in China in the last few weeks as the Chinese authorities have been reporting about 5,000 cases a day. Some analysts have said that the crisis has been underreported by the Chinese government. The development has compelled many countries to impose restrictions on passengers arriving from China. The General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Enoch Adeboye, says it is worth celebrating to have survived the so many hurdles that plagued the year 2022. Adeboye said surviving banditry, kidnapping, COVID-19, including surviving those he said are murderers wearing police uniforms, was worth celebrating. The renowned cleric said this yesterday during his New Year sermon. He told the congregation that there were survivors because God was taking care of them. On the foreign scene, a New Year's Eve party in India's Karnataka state took a tragic turn when the host died of a heart attack after he accidentally shot dead a guest. Majunath Oleka was preparing his gun to fire celebratory shots during the party at his home in Shivamoga city on Saturday, but the gun misfired and a bullet hit a man who was standing next to him. The police have started an investigation into the incident. The practice of firing shots in the air to mark weddings and other special occasions is common in many parts of India. This often leads to accidental death and injuries. Police officials have said that Oleka, who had a licensed gun, had allegedly used it in previous years as well as to mark the arrival of the new year. On the foreign scene, also, tens of thousands of people are expected to pay their respect to former Pope Benedict XVI when his lying-in state begins at the Vatican later. He died on New Year's Eve at the age of 95, almost a decade after he stood down because of ill health. Pope Francis will preside over Thursday's funeral, which will be the first time that a pope will be buried by his successor. The Vatican says the service will be simple, solemn, and sober. Benedict XVI became the first pope to resign in 600 years in 2013, citing ailing health. His body will be displayed for 3 days in an open casket at St. Peter's Basilica, with people allowed to pay their respect until 7 p.m. each evening. The funeral will take place in St. Peter's Choir before the Pope Emeritus is laid to rest in the tombs beneath the Basilica. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. We told you that INEC has vowed to take action against its staff that collect money to issue PVCs. The APC Presidential Campaign Council has dismissed Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. We also told you that Rivers APC has called on Rivers people to remain hopeful about prosperity in 2023. On the foreign scene, you heard that thousands of people are expected to pay their last respect to former Pope Benedict XVI at his lying-in state at the Vatican later. Chinedu Iwuna edited the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon, I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Jennifer, where you carry bag dey go?
Should I go register for a PVC now?
Yes, so I dey go register for my PVC. My sister, since election where they come, so abeg, make I go do my PVC first. Make I get that one for hand, ready to vote for this coming election.
You where they ask her, you don't get your own.
My dear, what is single na dey talk safe? PVC, get your PVC. Now no go let person hear what PVC. Enter this one, social media, PVC. Now PVC now we go chop. I beg you.
So far never tire you. You need that PVC, make you go enjoy life for this Nigeria.
Leave her. Make sure they talk for there. I think now mouth you go take the complaint. You talk say, this government bad, this government. Now I reach to vote now. You say waiting. I bet come Jare, make go register for PVC.
Follow her, Jare.
She will go buy me corn as they go.
So now corn, now the reason I be.
See. This now corn season. No could chop this corn, chop and wear.
Leave corn, go register for your PVC, Jare.
No, I mean a corn you define. You go chop and tire when you vote right.
I don't
I go get my own PVC.
I know you dey
talk. As long as say you go buy me the corn.
Are you still waiting? Hurry now to the nearest INEC registration center and get your PVCs.
Rivers people, we go to
my Rivers people. Una know wetin we don take our eyes see for this state since 2015. No promotion for civil service. To pay pension na wahala. What of our market women and people wey dey do small business? Nobody dey look their side. People wey suppose respect traditional rulers. Na traditional rulers come dey respect them o. No bursary for we students. Scholarship nko for where? So for this coming governorship election, make una come out, come vote Pastor Toye Cole. Better welfare for civil service go dey. Promotion go dey. State resources go spread reach every LGA. Security nko e go dey. Jobs go dey. No forget say the party na im be APC o, and the man for the job na Pastor Toye Cole.
Who go give us good security? Let us give him peace and harmony. Rivers people.
This message is brought to you by the Toye Cole and Bariko Governorship Campaign Council.
Officer, take.
Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am. They go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You will arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, e dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe na offense.
Una don hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Let me take you through a journey of Nigeria's nationalism. Do you know who the founder of Nigeria's nationalism was? He's sometimes acclaimed as the Gandhi of West Africa. He was a man of many parts, a civil engineer, a surveyor by training, a civil servant, a politician, an editor, a journalist, an accomplished violinist, a historian, and wait for it, an ex-convict, the founding father of Nigeria's nationalism. He helped to lay the foundation of modern Nigeria and contributed to the shaping of popular perceptions of a modern nation and its obligations to the public. In addition, he maintained an abiding interest in the history and concerns of black people throughout the world. Herbert Olayinka Samuel Healers Badmus Macaulay. That's a mouthful, right? He was born in Lagos on the 14th of November 1864 to Thomas Babington Macaulay and Abigail Crowther, children of people captured from what is now present-day Nigeria and resettled in Sierra Leone by the British West African Squadron and eventual returnees to Nigeria. Thomas Babington Macaulay was one of the sons of Ojo Oraire, while Abigail Crowther was the daughter of Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, a descendant of King Abiodun. Thomas Babington Macaulay was the founder of the first secondary school in Nigeria, the CMS Grammar School, Lagos, between 1869 and 1877. Macaulay attended Breadfruit School, Lagos, and Faji School, Lagos, for his elementary education from 1877 to October 1880. He attended CMS Grammar School, Lagos, for his secondary school after going to a Christian missionary school. From childhood, young Herbert Macaulay learned the importance of a sound education, patriotism, and of course Christian values. However, his grandparents and parents also believed in the importance of indigenous Yoruba cultural values and of working within the larger culture around them. Like many later Pan-Africanists, they advocated the intelligent selection of progressive values and institutions from westernized Christianity and African society. Coming from such a family, he must have experienced a lot of pressure to enter the clergy, but he rejected this career in favor of a more worldly career. He took a job as a clerk at the Lagos Department of Public Works in 1881. In July 1890, the government sent him abroad for further training under G.D. Bellamy of Plymouth. 3 years later, he qualified as a civil engineer. the first Nigerian in this profession. On his return to Lagos, the government made him a surveyor of Crown lands in Lagos. However, he soon became dissatisfied with the conditions of his employment. Like many of his African colleagues, he hated the two-tier system then existed in government service, whereby British civil servants enjoyed better conditions and much higher salaries than Africans. Thus, in 1898, Macaulay decided to go into private practice as a licensed surveyor and architect. His practice, however, was not very successful. Constantly in financial distress, he took advantage of his position as executor of the estate of a family dependent from which he misappropriated funds. Unfortunately, this act became known to the authorities and he was tried and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. While many sympathized with him because of the extenuating circumstances of his large extended family, this event meant that he could never become a candidate for public office. Now, barred from elective public office, Macaulay made his mark in politics through journalism and political organizations and various advisory capacities. Between 1890 and 1927, he was a frequent contributor to the Nigerian Chronicle. In 1927, Macaulay joined forces with his friend Dr. John Akilade Colcrick, a physician and politician, to buy the Lagos Daily News, the first daily newspaper in British West Africa, founded in 1925. Macaulay decided on political tone of the paper. This provided his platform for his battles against the government and his African political opponents. During the 1920s, a period in Nigerian history associated with the beginning of political agitation for self-rule, Macaulay became a leading figure in the first generation of Nigerian nationalists. In 1921, Macaulay passionately led protests in Lagos over water rates, land issues, and mishandling of railway finances. In 1922, he helped a Lagos chief in his legal battle with the colonial government, who had forcefully taken some of his land for government purposes. The highest court in England heard the case and returned the land to the chief. This victory inspired Macaulay to establish in 1923 Nigeria's first political party, the Nigerian National Democratic Party, whose members were the first to sit in the Legislative Council. The NNDP was the first well-organized political party in Commonwealth West Africa. Its motto was Salus Populi Suprema Lex. The safety of the people is the greatest law. Its candidates won all the elective seats in the Nigerian legislature between 1923 and 1938. For fear that government might take action against him, Macaulay refused to hold any party office until 1930s. But in Lagos, there was no doubt that he was the driving force and real power behind the scenes. He maintained close ties with the first executive councils and was always present at NNDP public meetings. Further, he had extensive links with the masses of Lagosians through their traditional popular associations, particularly the Market Women Union and many vocational unions. He encouraged market women and elite women to take part in party activities, including speaking at its meetings. In 1931, relations with Macaulay and the British began to improve up to the point that the governor held conferences with Macaulay. In October 1938, the more radical Nigerian youth movement fought and won elections for the Lagos Town Councils, ending the dominance of Macaulay and his National Democratic Party. In order to avoid the demise of the party, Macaulay's NNDP joined forces with the Nigerian youth movement to form the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. The NCNC, led by Macaulay, was not set out to be a political party. It was more of a nationalist organization designed to advocate for an independent Nigeria. In August 1944, however, he saw the leadership and strategy of the National Council of Nigeria and Cameroons, NCNC, offered brilliant prospects in the struggle for self-government. Although many of his colleagues in the NNDP executive disagreed with him, he carried the day when he threatened to resign if they did not agree to enter into a coalition of interest groups. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the dynamic leader of the NCNC then, capitalized on Macaulay's decision to join the party. At this time, Macaulay was 80 years old, but still appeared physically strong and mentally alert. But his insistence in undertaking a strenuous campaign against the constitutional proposals of 1945 proposed by Governor Richards, taxed his strength. While on the national tour, he suffered an acute attack of rheumatism and was forced to return to Lagos, where he died on 7th of May 1946. Huge crowds, estimated variously between 100,000 and 200,000, turned out in the streets to mourn, and all the markets closed for 2 full days. The leadership of the NCNC went to Azikiwe, who later became the first president of Nigeria. Macaulay was buried at Ikoyi Cemetery in Lagos on 11th of May 1946. Nnamdi Azikiwe delivered a funeral oration at Macaulay's burial ceremony. As is customary among the Yoruba, when a distinguished leader dies at an advanced age, his funeral became the occasion for a prolonged celebration of a life well lived and public service well acclaimed. He was survived by 2 children, Sarah Abigail Ido Macaulay and Oliver Ogedengbe Macaulay.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Of joy and love. Wow, it's another Christmas. Christ was born in Bethlehem, you know, and that's the reason we celebrate. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. With so much merry, the food, drinks, parties, and fun time with family and friends, creating lasting memories. May this season bring happiness and peace to you and your family. Merry Christmas and a fruitful 2023 with love from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Christmas and a Happy New Year. Oh, bring us some figure pudding. Oh, bring us some figure pudding. Oh, bring us some figure pudding.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Did you know that Alfred Spieth was the first governor of the Old River State? Did you also know that he was appointed at the age of 24? Alfred Spieth was born on 30th July 1942 at Nembe, an Ijo tribe in the present-day Bayelsa State. His father and mother were initially primary school teachers before becoming employed as civil servants. His father was a distinguished postmaster before taking up the traditional chieftaincy stool of Amangi. Alfred started his primary school education in 1947 at Government School Boe, Cameroon. As part of requirement, Spieth needed to put his hand across his head to touch his ear to be properly registered for the infant class in 1948. He was later admitted to St. Joseph Secondary School, Sase, also in Cameroon. After schooling in Cameroon, he took a job with the Meteorological Department of the then Ministry of Transport, Lagos State. He later joined the Merchant Navy in 1961, and his brilliant performance gave him the opportunity to be trained at Britannia Royal Naval College, Dortmund, England in 1962. He was given the command of his first ship soon after his return to Nigeria in 1965. The political commotions in Nigeria led to the 1966 coup and counter-coup and the appointment of the 24-year-old Alfred Spieth as the military governor of Rivers State on May 27, 1967 by the then head of state, Colonel Yakubu Gowon. Alfred Spieth was also a member of the Supreme Military Council. Although unmarried at the time he was appointed governor, while serving as a military governor, he got married to Ethel and Victoria at different times, and after leaving Government House, he also got married to evangelist barrister Dr. Josephine Spieth. Spieth was recorded to have planned and executed many development programs and projects in the Old River State. In 1973, a correspondent of the Nigerian Observer, Mineria Makri, wrote an article about an impending teachers' strike, which was published on Spieth's birthday. Taking this as a deliberate insult, Spieth's aide Ralph Iwuwari had the reporter's head publicly shaved and had him beaten with 24 lashes of cane. On July 29, 1975, the Murtala Mohammed coup overthrew Gowon's administration and JTSP was stripped of the rank he worked so hard to earn and was asked to forfeit a total of 18 properties located in the government reserve area, Transamadi, Berokori Layout, Recreation Layout and Ogunabali, all in Port Harcourt. All his protestation fell on deaf ears as he was unavoidably retired into penury. He reigns today as His Majesty Alfred J.T. Spiff, the Amanyanabo of Tuandras in Bayelsa State, a throne he ascended since 1996.
Personality profile. Now you know. It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world. Personality profile. Now you know.
Fumilayo Ramson Kuti, originally named Frances Abigail Olufumilayo Thomas, born October 25, 1900 in Abeokuta, present-day Ogun State, was a Nigerian feminist and political leader who was a leading advocate of women's rights in Nigeria during the first half of the 20th century. It will interest you to know that Fumilayo Ramson Kuti was the first woman to drive a car in Nigeria, mother to late renowned Afrobeat legend Fela Kuti. Her parents were Christians of Yoruba descent. She attended Abeokuta Grammar School as the first female student from 1914 to 1917. After teaching briefly at Abeokuta Grammar School, the school she graduated from, she went on to study in England from 1919 to 1923, where she dropped her English names and shortened her Yoruba name to Fumilayo. In 1925, she got married to Israel Oludotun Ramson Kuti, an Anglican clergyman and teacher. And in 1932, when her husband became the principal of Abeokuta Grammar School, she helped organize the Abeokuta Ladies Club, ALC, initially a civic and charitable group of mostly Western-educated Christian women. The organization gradually became more political and feminist in its orientation. In 1944, it formally admitted market women in Abeokuta open-air markets who were generally impoverished, illiterate, and exploited by colonial authorities. In 1946, the ALC changed its name to Abeokuta Women's Union, AWU, and opened its membership to all women in Abeokuta. Fumilayo Ramson Kuti became the first president of the AWU in 1946 and headed its successor organizations until her death. Under her leadership, the AWU became a national organization, renaming itself the Nigerian Women's Union, NWU, in 1949. And the Federation of Nigerian Women's Societies, FNWS, in 1953. The AWU initially campaigned against price controls, which drastically limited the incomes of market women, and for fair treatment of market women by the government. It also protested a special tax on women imposed by the late ruler Sir Ladapo Ademola II. From 1947, the organization led large demonstrations against Ademola's government, which led to his temporary abdication in 1949. The broader goals of the AWU included greater educational opportunities for women and girls, the enforcement of sanitary regulations, and the provision of health care and other social services for women. Fumilayo Ramson Kuti pursued these initiatives with the intention of raising living standards for women and ultimately eliminating the causes of poverty. She also served several terms on the local council of Abeokuta between 1949 and 1960. In 1951, she ran unsuccessfully for a seat in the Regional Assembly as a candidate of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, which she had helped found in 1944. In 1953, the FNWS became affiliated with the Women's International Democratic Federation, and Ramson Kuti was elected the vice president of the organization. She subsequently lectured in several countries on the conditions of Nigeria Nigerian women. After the NCNC rejected her bid for a second candidacy for the Assembly in 1959, she ran as an independent candidate, which split the NCNC votes and ensured the opposition party's victory. She was subsequently expelled from the NCNC and formed her own party, the Commoners People's Party, which was disbanded 1 year later. At that time, her political influence in Nigeria and her following among women in Abeokuta had declined significantly. In 1977, some soldiers stormed the family property in Lagos, which Fela had transformed into what is called the Kalakuta Republic. During the assault, soldiers dragged Fumilayo by her hair and threw her out a second-story window. She died of complications from injuries sustained.
Personality profile. Now you know.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM and the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest, a newspaper review segment is what we've
now
got.
Who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way. All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
You back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I will shoot you down. I will shoot you. Headlights, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Check, you be number 15. You be number 5. More than enough on a number.
Let's allow them do their job. Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
You can never plan the future by the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
She is popular for her exploit as Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which earned her the name Madam G. Process. But many don't know she started from a poor financial background. In fact, her mother used to buy her second-hand clothes, shoes and bags, popularly known as okrika. She surmounted diverse challenges to get to become a high flyer. That person is none other than Dr. Mrs. Obiageli Catherine Ezekwesili. Obiageli, popularly known as Obi Ezekwesili, was born at the Island Maternity in Lagos on April 28, 1963. She was the firstborn in a family of 6, 4 boys and 2 girls. Because of the Nigerian Biafran Civil War, her family went back to her town in Anambra State. However, after the war, she and her family returned to Lagos and settled in Ajegule, where she had her primary education in African 1 Primary School. Obi is from a financially poor family, so much that her mother had to engage in a business to complement the father's income at the Nigerian port authorities. Her father, who died in 1988, had tremendous impact on her life in living an exemplary life of integrity. Perhaps that influenced Obi to toe the path of integrity and due process in her dealings, especially in civil service, despite the cost. She obtained her master's degree in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos. She later traveled to the United States, where she enrolled in the Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, and obtained her master's degree in public administration. She also trained in the accountancy firm of Deloitte and Touche and became a chartered accountant. Ezekwesili worked with Professor Jeffrey Sachs at the Center for International Development at the Harvard. Obiageli Ezekwesili co-founded Transparency International, an anti-corruption body based in Berlin, Germany. There, she was one of the pioneer directors, and she later came back to Nigeria and served as the Federal Minister of Solid Minerals and later as the Federal Minister of Education during the second term of President Olusegun Obasanjo. Obi Ezekwesili was once the Vice President of the World Bank's African Division, a position she held from May 2007 to May 2012. During the regime of President Olusegun Obasanjo, Obiageli Ezekwesili held the position of the pioneer head of Budget, Monitoring and Price Intelligence Unit, nicknamed Due Process Unit. It was at that time that she was given the name Madam Due Process. Owing to the outstanding work she led a team of professionals to do in sanitation of the public procurement or contract award at the federal level in Nigeria. The Nigerian Bureau for Public Procurement legislation can be described as her brainchild. Other legislation she engineered includes the NATI legislation and the new minerals and mining legislation. Apart from holding positions as the Minister of Solid Minerals, that was Mines and Steel, in June 2005, during which the period she led a vibrant reform program that led to the Nigeria being globally recognized as a credible mining investment destination. She was also the chairperson of the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI. It was at this period that she led the first ever national implementation of the global standards and principles of transparency in the oil and gas and mining sector. Obi Ezekwesili was appointed the Federal Minister of Education in June 2006, a position she held until she went for an appointment in the World Bank in May 2007. Her appointment as Vice President for the African region at the World Bank was actually announced in March 2007 by President Paul Wolfowitz. In October 1st, 2012, Bharti Airtel, one of the world's leading telecommunications firm having operations in 20 countries, named Obiageli Ezekwesili as a director on its board. Obi is also one of the board members of the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, the Harold Hartog School of Government and Policy, the School of Public Policy of Central European University, New African Magazine, and the Center for Global Leadership of Tufts University. In May 2012, the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Nigeria, awarded Ezekwesili an honorary Doctor of Science degree. After nearly 300 girls were abducted from Chibok by the Islamic militant group Boko Haram, Obi Ezekwesili co-founded the viral hashtag Bring Back Our Girls campaign on social media, which urged action to bring the girls back. Some international personalities, including Michelle Obama, Alicia Keys, Chris Brown, and others, have identified with the clamor for the release of the abducted schoolgirls and the hashtag Bring Back Our Girls campaign. Her transparency was so glaring that even her boss and colleagues in the corridor of power attest to it. Malam Nasser El-Rufai quoted someone to have said, "It is only a madman who would make the mistake of saying anything related to bribery to Madam Due Process. It is not even something you would think of." Those were his words. At the age of 50, having overcome diverse challenges, including attacks on her life in days of active sanitation of Nigeria, in her capacities as Minister of Education and Minister of Solid Minerals, she is grateful to God and believes that she is a work of grace. Dr. Mrs. Obiageli Catherine Ezekwesili is fearless in saying what she believes and damning the consequences, an attribute that made her talk about Nigeria's oil money reserves during Obasanjo's regime that was not accounted for in her lecture at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She is at present making her contribution for the development of her country in Nigeria by giving suggestions on national economic issues.
Personality profile. Now you know.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only and only if we attach value to human lives, and this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Babatunde Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, was sworn in as the Honorable Minister of Power, Works and Housing, newly created through an unprecedented consolidation of the three hitherto distinct ministries by President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday, 11th November 2015. Babatunde Fashola came to the job at the federal level with high acclaim as the immediate past governor of Lagos State, elected the 13th governor of Lagos on the 29th of May 2007, and overwhelmingly re-elected for a second term on the 26th of April 2011. His second term tenure came as a glorious end on May 29, 2015, with the swearing in of Mr. Akinwumi Ambode, his successor from the same All Progressives Congress. Babatunde Fashola was born in Lagos on the 28th of June 1963. He attended Birch Freeman High School, Lagos, and Igbobi College, Lagos. Lagos. He studied law at the University of Benin, from where he graduated with a Bachelor of Laws LLB Honorable degree in 1987. He is married to Mrs. Abimbola Emanuela Fashola and they have children. Babatunde Fashola was called to the Nigerian bar in November 1988. He cut his teeth as the barrister in the law firm of Shofunde Osakwe, Ogundipe and Belgore as a litigator specializing in chieftaincy matters, land disputes, intellectual property, commercial and criminal law. In August 2004, he was conferred with the rank of the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Nigeria's highest legal distinction. There is a popular acclamation that Babatunde Raji Fashola during his administration as the governor of Lagos State marked a historic turning point in the life of Lagos as the largest African city. Now, there are 5 most of the significant achievements, and the achievements will be the fight against Ebola. Fashola, in his administration, turned a forthcoming disaster into a public health and public relations success. He took personal control of the process to track down and isolate about 1,000 people feared to have been infected since Patrick Sawyer's coming. He broke off from a pilgrimage to Mecca, flew home, and then set up an Ebola Emergency Operations Center, which led the huge task of monitoring all those possibly infected. A team of 2,000 officials were skilled for the task, which ended knocking on 26,000 doors. At one point, he was briefed up to 10 times a day by disease control experts. He made a point of visiting the country's Ebola Treatment Center, a way of communicating to the Nigerian public that they should not panic needlessly. On the area of education, Fashola gave education the attention it earned. Later, the reintegration and creation of well-furnished new blocks of classrooms, distribution of free textbooks, provision of well-equipped workrooms and libraries, provision of buses for teachers and students to comfort transportation problems, the relaunch of uniformed voluntary administration in the state's public schools, implementation of teachers' salary scale (TSS) for teachers in the state public schools, involvement of the Adopt a School initiative, among others. Some of the rehabilitated schools include Ikoton Senior High School, Alimosho, Girls High School, Agege, Okemagba Junior High School, Mojoda, Amu Senior Grammar School, Tomia Community Secondary School, Alagbado. In the area of infrastructural renewal of Lagos, on assumption of administration, Fashola boarded a huge infrastructure renewal of Lagos metropolis. The main focus formed